Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't drive past Pine Owl Road without getting that weird feeling in my gut. You know the one, like your insides are trying to crawl up your throat. It's been 3 years since that night, and I've told hardly anyone about it. Not because I think people wouldn't believe me, but because I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. It happened back in October, when I was staying with my aunt and uncle for a couple weeks, while looking for work in their area. My cousin Emma and I have always been close. We're the same age and grew up spending summers together. That evening, we decided to take her hound dog, Rusty, for a walk before dinner. Rusty was this big, goofy bloodhound mix who wasn't afraid of anything. I mean, this dog once chased off a bear that had wandered into my uncle's yard. "Let's take Pine Owl Road," Emma suggested. "Rusty needs a good run." Pine Owl Road isn't really a road anymore, more like a dirt path that runs between the old Mackenzie Woods and Garner's cornfield. Almost nobody uses it except local farmers and kids on four-wheelers. It had been sunny all day, but as we headed down the path, I noticed the sky getting darker faster than it should have. "Looks like we might get caught in the rain," I said, glancing up at the clouds. Emma shrugged. "We won't be long. Besides, Rusty needs to burn off some energy." Rusty was trotting ahead of us, nose to the ground, tail wagging as he followed whatever scent had caught his attention. The corn was high that year, well over our heads, and rustled in the light breeze. On our other side, the woods were already dark, the trees seeming to lean toward the path like they were listening to us. We were about halfway down the road, joking about this guy Emma had started dating, when Rusty just stopped. I've never seen a dog go from playful to terrified so fast. His whole body went rigid, hackles rising along his spine. His ears flattened against his head, and he let out this low growl that made the hair on my arms stand up. "What's wrong with him?" I asked. Emma called to him, but he wouldn't move. That's when I noticed how cold it had gotten. And I don't mean the normal chill of an October evening. I mean it felt like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over us. My breath was suddenly visible, clouding in front of my face. "Do you feel that?" Emma whispered, her voice tight. Before I could answer, I heard it, a creaking sound like old wood bending under weight, rhythmic, steady, creak, creak, creak. Then a snort, the unmistakable sound of a horse, though I couldn't see one anywhere on the path ahead of us or behind. Rusty started backing up, pressing himself against Emma's legs. I've never seen an animal so terrified. His whole body was trembling. The creaking got louder. Creak, 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 getting closer. That's when Emma grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. Her fingers dug into my skin as she pointed ahead. "Do you see it?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "Do you see the carriage?" I squinted into the gathering darkness. There was nothing there, just the empty dirt path stretching ahead of us, between the cornfield and the woods. "What carriage?" "I don't see anything." Her face went white. "It's right there, a black carriage with a black horse. The driver—" "Oh God, the driver—" She trailed off, staring ahead with such horror that I found myself looking again, straining to see whatever had frightened her so badly. But there was nothing there, nothing I could see anyway. Yet the creaking sound continued, getting louder, and now I could hear the distinct clip-clop of hooves on the packed earth. Rusty lost it then. He yanked his leash from Emma's hand and bolted down the path, not toward home, but deeper into the darkness ahead. We should have turned back. Everything in me was screaming to turn back, but Rusty was family, and we couldn't leave him. "Rusty!" Emma shouted, taking off after him. I had no choice but to follow. The temperature kept dropping as we ran. My lungs burned with each breath of the freezing air. The creaking sound seemed to follow us, never getting closer, but never falling behind either. Always there, just over my shoulder. Emma kept looking over at something I couldn't see, her face a mask of terror. "It's following us," she panted. "Why is it following us?" We found Rusty about a quarter-mile ahead, huddled against the crumbling stone wall of the old church at Peterson's Crossroads. I'd forgotten that church was even there. It burned down in the 70s, and all that remains are the stone foundations and part of the bell tower. Locals say the fire started during an evening service, but nobody knows why. Some people were trapped inside. Rusty was pressed against the blackened stones, whimpering. When we approached, he didn't even acknowledge us, just stared past us at the road with his eyes wide and wild. That's when the birds appeared. I've never seen anything like it. Dozens, maybe hundreds of crows and blackbirds, appearing out of nowhere to circle the remains of the steeple. They didn't make a sound at first, just circled tighter and tighter, like water going down a drain. There was something deliberate about their movement, something unnatural, like they were forming a pattern. "We need to go," Emma whispered. "Now!" The birds suddenly erupted in a cacophony of angry caws and screeches, diving at the steeple as if attacking something we couldn't see. The noise was deafening, and still that creaking sound continued. Creak, creak, creak. Emma grabbed Rusty's leash and my hand. "Through the corn," she said. "Not the path. Through the corn." I didn't argue. We plunged into Garner's cornfield, the stalks whipping at our faces and arms as we ran. Rusty was finally moving again, pulling us forward, desperate to get away. The corn was a maze, but Emma seemed to know where she was going, cutting diagonally toward where the main road should be. The air in the cornfield was different, warmer, normal. But I could still hear that creaking sound behind us, more distant now, and something else, a voice, calling out words I couldn't understand. The language sounded old, nothing I recognized. We burst out onto the main road just as Mr. Peterson was driving by in his pickup. He slammed on his brakes when he saw us, 3 terrified figures emerging from a cornfield at dusk, scratched and wild-eyed. "You kids all right?" he called, rolling down his window. Emma just shook her head, unable to speak. I managed to stammer something about Rusty getting loose and us chasing him through the field as a shortcut. Peterson didn't look convinced, but he offered us a ride home. As we climbed into his truck, I looked back toward Pine Owl Road. The sky above it seemed darker than everywhere else, and for just a second I thought I saw a flock of birds circling in the distance. "Don't look back," Emma whispered, so quietly I barely heard her. "Never look back at it." Later that night, after we'd calmed down and cleaned up, I tried to get Emma to tell me what she'd seen on the road. "A carriage," she said finally, her voice flat. "Old-fashioned, like from the 1800s, all black with a black horse pulling it. The wheels were cracked and worn, like they'd been turning for centuries." "And the driver?" I asked, remembering how she'd broken off in horror. She just shook her head, hugging herself. "I don't want to talk about the driver." "But why could you see it and I couldn't?" She looked at me then, and the expression in her eyes made my blood run cold. "You're lucky you couldn't see it. My grandmother could see things too. She said it runs in the family, skipping generations. She told me never to go down Pine Owl Road after dark, especially not in October. I should have listened. Rusty wouldn't leave the house for 3 days after that. When he finally did go outside, he refused to go anywhere near the side of the property that faced toward Pine Owl Road. I asked around town, casually, about the history of Pine Owl Road. Most people just shrugged it off as an old farm path, but Mrs. Grayson, who runs the Historical Society, got a strange look on her face when I mentioned it. "That road used to connect to the old stagecoach route," she said, "before the main highway was built. There were a lot of accidents on that stretch, especially near the church. Bad visibility, they said, but locals had other theories." "What kind of theories?" I pressed. She hesitated. Some said the road was cursed, that a driver and his carriage went off the road one night in a storm back in the 1850s. The driver, the passengers, the horse, all drowned in the creek that used to run alongside it. They say sometimes people see the carriage still making its journey, but only certain people can see it. "And if you see it?" I asked, my mouth dry. Mrs. Grayson looked away. "Those who see it don't tend to live very long afterward, or so they say. That was 3 years ago. Emma's fine, at least she says she is. But she moved away from town the following spring, saying she needed a change. She calls regularly, but has never once mentioned that night. I still drive through town occasionally, and sometimes my route takes me past the turnoff to Pine Owl Road. I keep my windows rolled up tight, even in summer. I never slow down, and I never, ever look directly at the road as I pass. But sometimes, just at the edge of my hearing, I think I can make out a sound, faint but unmistakable. Creak, creak, creak. And I wonder how much longer until I can see it too. Story 2. I still get chills when I think about that night. It's been years, but I can't shake the memory of what happened at that Boy Scout camp in the Sierras. I was 10 years old and thought I was tough enough to camp a little ways from the main group, about 50 yards away, just far enough to feel independent, but close enough that I could run back if I needed to. Looking back, I should have stayed with everyone else. That summer there had been 2 or 3 mountain lion attacks in California. People had died. The scout leaders had warned us about wildlife safety, but I was 10. I wasn't really processing the danger. None of us were. It was just a cool, scary fact to us kids. The night started out so peacefully. My sleeping bag was laid out on a tarp under this amazing canopy of trees. The sky was crystal clear, one of those perfect Sierra nights where you could see 1,000,000 stars through the gaps in the branches. I remember lying there, just watching satellites drift across the patches of night sky, feeling so small, but also so connected to everything. I must have been there for about an hour, just drifting in and out of that pre-sleep state where everything feels dreamy. The campfire down at the main site had died down, and most of the other scouts were already in their tents. Just the occasional laugh or whisper carried up to where I was. That's when I first heard it. Soft footsteps in the pine needles, coming from somewhere near the tree line. At first, I thought it was just one of the other scouts trying to scare me. It seemed like something they'd do. But there was something about the sound that wasn't right. It was too careful, too methodical. The footsteps were soft, padding sounds, not like a person walking at all. They moved steadily, circling around my little campsite. To my left at first, crunching quietly on the forest floor. Then they moved over my shoulder behind my head. I remember freezing completely, not even breathing, as whatever it was passed just a few feet behind where I lay. I couldn't see anything. The moonlight barely penetrated the canopy in most places, creating these patchy shadows everywhere. My flashlight was in my backpack, which seemed miles away, though it was only at my feet. I was too terrified to move and grab it. The footsteps continued their circle, moving to my right now, then past my feet. I was lying there rigid in my sleeping bag, my heart pounding so loud I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. I remember thinking that if I just stayed still, it would go away. That's what they tell you to do with wild animals, right? Don't run, don't make sudden movements. After what felt like forever, the sound stopped. The forest went quiet again, except for the normal night noises. The wind in the pines, an owl somewhere in the distance. I waited maybe 15 minutes before I convinced myself it had been nothing. Probably just a deer or my imagination. I started to relax a little, but then I realized I really needed to pee. I debated just holding it till morning, but knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. So I slowly, quietly unzipped my sleeping bag, grabbed my flashlight, and crept to the edge of our little clearing to relieve myself. I remember being so careful not to make noise, pointing my flashlight at the ground so the light wouldn't travel too far. The whole time I was standing there, I felt exposed, like something was watching me. When I finished and turned to head back to my sleeping bag, that's when I heard it again. The same soft padding footsteps, but faster this time. And then something else. A second set of footsteps from the opposite direction. I froze, my flashlight beam shaking as my hand trembled. What happened next is burned into my memory. This loud, shrill scream cut through the night, so close it couldn't have been more than a few feet away from me. It wasn't human. It was this high-pitched, almost woman-like shriek that went on and on. I'd never heard anything like it before. I was so terrified I couldn't move, couldn't run, couldn't scream. I just stood there, flashlight pointing uselessly at the ground, waiting to die. Then from down at the main camp, one of the adults shouted up, "Hey, knock it off up there. Some of us are trying to sleep." They thought it was just us kids messing around, making noise, playing pranks. After the scream, there was thrashing in the underbrush, more screams, growls, then the sound of something large crashing through the forest away from camp. Then a second set of sounds, moving in the opposite direction. Then silence. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, back down to the main camp. I burst into the scout leader's tent, babbling about sounds and screams and something in the woods. Mr. Patterson, our troop leader, tried to calm me down. He thought I'd had a nightmare or let my imagination run wild after all the mountain lion talk. "You were probably just hearing the other boys playing around," he told me, but he could see how terrified I was. He let me sleep in the extra cot in his tent for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep a wink. At first light, Mr. Patterson and a couple of the other adults went up to check my campsite. I refused to go with them. About 20 minutes later, they came back looking really serious. "Pack up, everyone," Mr. Patterson announced. "We're moving camp today." Later, Mr. Patterson pulled me aside and told me what they'd found. Mountain lion tracks, all around where my sleeping bag had been. They followed a clear circle pattern, exactly the path I'd heard those footsteps take. But that wasn't all. There were two distinct sets of tracks, and near the edge of the clearing, where I'd heard that terrible scream, they found tufts of mountain lion fur and drops of blood on the ground and smeared on a tree trunk. Mr. Patterson figured out what had happened. One mountain lion had been stalking me. That was the first set of footsteps I heard. But when I got up to pee, I unknowingly walked right into the territory of a second mountain lion that had also been watching me. When I returned to my sleeping bag, the two predators encountered each other, and neither was willing to give up their prey. They'd fought each other right there, just a few feet away from where I stood paralyzed with fear. And in fighting each other, they'd both been frightened away. Their territorial dispute had saved my life. The rest of that camping trip is a blur. The scout leaders moved us to a different site, closer to the ranger station. They gave us all a serious talk about wildlife safety. Some of the other scouts thought it was cool, wanted to see the tracks and the blood. I just felt sick. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag in the new campsite, surrounded by other scouts in a tight cluster of tents, I couldn't close my eyes without hearing that scream again. I can still hear it now, sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep. I've gone camping many times since then. I still love the outdoors, but I've never again camped away from the group, and I always sleep with something more substantial than nylon between me and the wilderness. The ranger who came to inspect the site the next day told us that mountain lions rarely attack humans, that we were much more likely to get hurt driving to the campsite than by wildlife. But he also said that children are particularly vulnerable because of their size. "You got lucky, son," he told me. "Someone up there was looking out for you." I don't know if it was luck or divine intervention or just the random chance of two predators encountering each other at exactly the right moment. What I do know is that I was being hunted that night. I was prey. And for some reason, I'm still here to talk about it. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't needed to pee. If I had just stayed in my sleeping bag, would one of those mountain lions have attacked me? Or would they have circled for hours and then moved on? I'll never know. What I do know is that every time I hear about mountain lion sightings in California, I get that same cold feeling down my spine. I remember the soft padding of those footsteps circling me in the dark, and I remember that scream, that horrible shrill scream that I now know was the sound of two apex predators finding each other instead of finding me. Story 3. Matum. I still get chills thinking about it. 6 years have passed since that night at Camp Chief Hector, but I remember it like it happened yesterday. I was 12 years old on that outdoor school trip to Alberta. The whole experience was supposed to be about learning survival skills and appreciating nature, not whatever the hell that was. Our cabin was at the very end of a long hallway. It was one of those typical camp buildings. Wooden walls, creaky floors, that distinct smell of pine and cleaning supplies. I was sharing the room with my friend and 2 other boys from our class that we didn't particularly get along with. You know how it is at that age. Some kids you just clash with for no good reason. The first 2 nights were uneventful. We did the usual camp activities during the day, hiking, learning about local plants, building shelters. And by nighttime we were exhausted enough to fall asleep, despite the uncomfortable beds. I remember the scratchy wool blankets and the way the springs in the mattress dug into my back. It was the 3rd night when it happened. The temperature had dropped considerably, and there was this weird fog that had settled around the campgrounds. I remember our teacher, Mr. Peterson, saying something about weather systems in the mountains being unpredictable. The mist gave everything this eerie quality, like the world outside our cabin windows had disappeared. I went to bed around 10 o'clock that night. The 2 boys we didn't like, Tyler and Marcus, had been particularly annoying that day, making stupid jokes during our nature hike and getting us all in trouble. My friend Jason and I had the beds closest to the door, while Tyler and Marcus had claimed the ones by the window. Jason had this loud, distinct snore that usually kept me up, but that night I was so tired I fell asleep almost immediately. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up. The cabin was dark, except for a thin sliver of light coming from the hallway. The door was open about halfway, which was weird because I distinctly remembered Jason closing it before we went to sleep. He always made a big deal about making sure it was shut tight because he was convinced there were bears in the area. I lay there for a moment, disoriented from being suddenly awake. My eyes felt heavy, and I could hear the soft breathing of Tyler and Marcus across the room. Jason's bed was empty, and I figured he'd gotten up to use the bathroom. I reached over to the nightstand for my glasses. Everything was a blur without them. I had pretty bad vision even back then. As I put them on, something caught my attention in the corner of the room near the coat rack. At first, I thought it was just our jackets moving in a draft from the open door, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized the coat rack itself was shifting slightly, not swaying, but I don't know how to describe it. It was like watching something slowly emerge from behind it. My heart started beating faster. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just shadows from the hallway light playing tricks on me. But then I saw it. There was someone or something crouched on top of the chest of drawers in the corner. It was in this weird frog-like position, hunched over with its hands covering its face. I could only see its silhouette against the faint light, but it was unmistakably the shape of a child. I froze completely. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. It wasn't one of our roommates. This figure was smaller, more compact, and positioned in a way that no normal person would sit. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was it one of the younger kids from another cabin playing a prank? But how would they have gotten in without waking us up? I lay there, paralyzed with fear, for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then the figure moved. Slowly, deliberately, it lowered its hands from its face. I'll never forget what I saw next. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake. It had a face, a human face, but wrong somehow. Its smile stretched way too wide across its face, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous and too white in the dim light. But it was the eyes that really got to me. They were enormous, much bigger than they should have been, and they were fixed directly on me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could do was stare back at this thing as it continued to smile at me. The worst part was how still it remained, just crouching there, smiling, watching. It didn't blink, not once. Then it started to move again, not in a normal way. It didn't climb down or stand up, it just sort of shifted position, still maintaining that unnatural crouch. But now it was angled toward me. It was like watching a spider reposition itself on a web. I wanted to scream, to call out to Tyler and Marcus, but my voice was trapped in my throat. I couldn't even manage a whisper. All I could do was watch as this thing began to move closer, sliding rather than stepping across the top of the chest of drawers. Just as it reached the edge, when I was certain it was going to leap toward my bed, the door suddenly flew open wider. Jason came barging in, slamming the door behind him. "Forgot my stupid flashlight," he muttered, fumbling in the dark. The sudden noise and movement broke whatever spell had frozen me in place. I sat bolt upright, grabbing my own flashlight from under my pillow. I clicked it on and pointed it directly at the corner where the thing had been. "Jason!" I hissed, my voice finally working again. "The corner! Look at the corner!" Jason must have heard the panic in my voice because he immediately aimed his flashlight in the same direction. The beams of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the chest of drawers, the coat rack, the wall. But there was nothing there. No crouching figure, no unnatural smile, no enormous eyes. Just our coats hanging limply and a few books we'd left on top of the drawers. "What? What is it?" Jason asked, his voice tinged with confusion and the beginnings of fear. "There was something there," I whispered, not wanting to wake Tyler and Marcus. "On the drawers. It was like a kid, but not a kid. It was watching me." I expected Jason to laugh, to tell me I was having a nightmare or seeing things, but instead his face went completely pale. He sat down heavily on his bed, still pointing his flashlight at the corner. "I saw it too," he said quietly. "Before I went to the bathroom. I thought I was dreaming, so I went to splash water on my face. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature in the cabin. You saw it. What did you see exactly?" I asked, needing to know if we'd experienced the same thing. Jason's description matched mine perfectly. The unnatural crouching position, the hands covering its face that it lowered to reveal that terrible smile, those two large eyes. He'd seen it sitting on the chest of drawers, watching him as he woke up to go to the bathroom. We stayed up the rest of the night, flashlights in hand, backs pressed against the wall our beds were pushed against. We kept watching that corner, expecting the thing to reappear, but it never did. Tyler and Marcus slept through the whole thing, oblivious to what was happening just a few feet away from them. When morning finally came, Jason and I were exhausted. We told our teacher we hadn't slept well because of the cold, not daring to mention what we'd seen. Who would believe us? We'd be labeled as the kids who made up ghost stories to scare the others. Throughout the day, we whispered theories to each other. Maybe it was another student playing a prank. Maybe it was a weird reflection from the hallway light. Maybe we both had the same nightmare because of something we ate at dinner. But deep down, we knew. We knew it wasn't any of those things. That night, we convinced Tyler and Marcus to switch beds with us. We claimed Jason's snoring was keeping me up, and they were happy to move further from the door. We also made sure to jam a chair under the doorknob before going to sleep. Nothing happened that fourth night, nor on our final night at camp. We returned home the next day, and for a while we tried to forget about it. But every few months, one of us would bring it up, usually late at night, over text messages or during sleepovers when everyone else was asleep. Do you still remember that thing at Camp Chief Hector? Yeah, I still can't explain it. Me neither. We're 18 now, high school seniors about to graduate. We don't hang out as much as we used to, different classes, different interests. But whenever we do get together, that night inevitably comes up. We've researched local folklore, read about mountain spirits, looked into the history of Camp Chief Hector. Nothing fits what we saw. The thing that haunts me most isn't just the creature itself, though those eyes and that smile still appear in my nightmares. It's the fact that Jason and I saw the exact same thing, down to the smallest detail. If it had been just me, I could have written it off as my imagination or a half-dream. But both of us, seeing the identical horror independently, I don't know what was in our cabin that night in 2017. I don't know if it was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real. It was watching us. And for whatever reason, it disappeared when we tried to confront it with light and each other's presence. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there, crouching in the corner of that cabin, waiting for another 12-year-old to wake up in the middle of the night and see its too wide smile and enormous eyes staring back at them. And sometimes, on particularly dark nights when I'm home alone, I catch myself avoiding the corners of my room, afraid that if I look too closely, I might see a silhouette crouched there, slowly lowering its hands to reveal its face. Story 4. I've never written about this before, but it's been almost 5 years, and I still can't explain what happened. I was 13 at the time, and my sister was 18. We were staying alone in our house for a few days while our parents attended a cousin's wedding about 4 hours away. We live in a small village in southern Germany, one of those places where everybody knows everybody, and nothing exciting ever happens. Our house is pretty unique. It's an old parsonage right next to the church and graveyard. It's been renovated into a regular home, but it still has this weird layout. The building is split into 2 sections with separate entrances. The main part is where we live, and there's this other section with a big event room that's sometimes used for community gatherings. I'd stayed home alone plenty of times before, but always with my sister. She was responsible enough, and our parents trusted her to take care of things while they were gone. They left on Friday afternoon, and everything was totally normal for the first day. We ordered pizza, watched some stupid movies, and stayed up later than we should have. The usual stuff when parents aren't around. The second night, Saturday, is when things got weird. It was around midnight, and I was in my bedroom trying to fall asleep. My sister was in her room down the hall. Our rooms were on the 2nd floor of the house, while the kitchen, living room, and that event space were on the ground floor. I was just drifting off when I heard it, heavy footsteps from downstairs. Not like someone walking normally, but like someone wearing work boots or something really heavy. Thump, thump, thump. They were coming from the direction of the event room. At first, I thought maybe it was just the house settling. Our home is old. Parts of it date back to the 18th century, and it makes all sorts of noises, especially at night. But these weren't random creaks. These were deliberate footsteps, like someone was walking around down there. I froze in my bed, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. Then the footsteps got louder. Whoever it was seemed to be walking around the event room, and then into the connecting hallway that leads to our living area. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I thought about calling out to my sister, but I was afraid of alerting whoever was downstairs that we were home. What if it was a burglar? Our village is super safe. But still, our parents were gone, and someone could have noticed. I quietly got out of bed and tiptoed to my sister's room. I didn't even knock. I just opened her door and whispered, "Someone's downstairs." She sat up immediately, looking annoyed at first, but then she heard it too. The footsteps were still going. Slow, deliberate steps across our downstairs floor. "Stay here," she whispered, but there was no way I was staying alone. I followed her to the kitchen where she grabbed her phone and I grabbed a knife from the drawer. Looking back, I don't know what I thought I was going to do with it. I was terrified and shaking. We stood at the top of the stairs listening. The footsteps had stopped for a moment, but then started again. They were coming from the U-shaped hallway that connects our living area to the event room. "We should call the police," I whispered. My sister shook her head. "What if it's nothing? I don't want to look stupid." I couldn't believe she was worried about looking stupid when someone was clearly in our house. But before I could argue, she started slowly going down the stairs, and I followed right behind her, still clutching the knife. When we got to the bottom of the stairs, the footsteps stopped. The house was completely silent. We stood there, barely breathing, listening for any sound. Nothing. "Hello?" My sister finally called out. Her voice sounded so loud in the quiet house that I nearly jumped. No response. "I'm calling the police if you don't leave right now," she said, trying to sound tough, but I could hear the fear in her voice. Still nothing. We checked the living room first. Empty. Then the kitchen, the bathroom, the small study. All empty. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. "We need to check the event room," my sister said. I didn't want to, but what choice did we have? The hallway connecting our living area to the event room is U-shaped and kind of narrow. During the day it's fine, but at night with just our phone flashlights, it felt endless. Every step we took, I expected someone to jump out at us. When we finally reached the event room, my sister flipped on the light. It was completely empty. Rows of stacked chairs against one wall, a few folded tables against another, but no person, no sign that anyone had been there at all. We checked all the doors and windows again, locked from the inside. The main entrance to the event room was locked with a key that was hanging in its usual place in our kitchen. Maybe it was just the house settling, my sister suggested, but we both knew that wasn't it. Those were footsteps, heavy, deliberate human footsteps. We went back upstairs and I insisted on sleeping in my sister's room. Neither of us got much sleep that night. We kept listening for the footsteps to return, but they never did. The next morning, I woke up before my sister. It was around 7, and I needed to use the bathroom. Still feeling nervous about the night before, I hurried down the hallway. That's when I saw them. Leaves, not just one or two, but dozens of dry brown autumn leaves scattered throughout the entire downstairs. They were in the living room, the kitchen, the hallway, everywhere. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, trying to make sense of it. Where had they come from? All the doors and windows were locked. We'd checked everything the night before. I went back and woke up my sister. "Come look at this," I said, pulling her out of bed. When she saw the leaves, she just stood there, her mouth open. "What the hell?" she finally said. We spent the next hour checking every door and window again, all locked from the inside. We even checked the chimney, thinking maybe they'd fallen down there somehow. But it was sealed up years ago when we got central heating. The leaves were dry and crumbly, like they'd been dead for a while. They looked like they came from the oak trees in the churchyard next door. But how did they get into our house? My sister suggested that maybe they had been there the whole time and we just hadn't noticed, but that was impossible. Our mom is super clean. She would have noticed leaves all over the house before they left. And we'd been home all day Friday and Saturday without seeing a single leaf inside. We cleaned them up and tried to forget about it. My sister kept saying there had to be a logical explanation, but neither of us could figure out what it was. That night, our last night alone before our parents returned, I couldn't sleep at all. I kept listening for the footsteps, but they never came back. The house was silent, except for its usual creaks and groans. When our parents got home on Monday, we told them what happened. My dad checked the whole house, looking for any way the leaves could have gotten in or how someone could have entered, but he found nothing. My mom suggested that maybe we'd track the leaves in ourselves without noticing, but we knew that wasn't true. As for the footsteps, my parents brushed it off as our imagination or the house settling. But I know what I heard, and so does my sister. Even though she tries to explain it away now, I've researched our house's history since then. The parsonage is over 200 years old, and dozens of pastors and their families have lived here over the centuries. The graveyard next door has graves dating back to the 1600s. Did someone from there visit us that night? I don't know. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or supernatural stuff. I've always been pretty rational. But I can't explain those footsteps or where those leaves came from. All doors were locked from the inside. My sister and I were in our rooms the entire time until we went downstairs together. Nobody else had a key to our house. Sometimes at night, especially when my parents are away, I still listen for those heavy footsteps. I check the floors in the morning for leaves. Nothing like that has happened again in the 5 years since, but I'll never forget it. I don't tell many people about this because they'd probably think I made it up, or that I was just a scared kid with an active imagination. But my sister heard those footsteps too. We both saw the leaves, and to this day, neither of us can explain what happened in our house that night. Story 5. I still think about that day sometimes, even though it's been 3 years since I worked that job. I'm finally writing this down because I need to get it out of my head. Maybe someone here will have an explanation that makes sense, because I sure as hell don't. I was working as a field geologist for a mining exploration company back in 2018. My job involved spending weeks at a time mapping potential drill sites in the Australian outback, about 12 hours north of Adelaide. If you've never been to the outback, it's hard to explain just how empty it is. You can drive for hours and not see another person, just red dirt, scattered scrub, and endless sky. The isolation gets to you after a while. This particular day started like any other. I woke up at 5 in the morning in my swag, basically a heavy-duty sleeping bag with a thin mattress. Made instant coffee on my portable stove and checked my equipment. I had a list of GPS coordinates to visit. About 8 survey points scattered across 30 kilometers of empty desert. The company gave me a modified Land Cruiser with extra fuel tanks, water containers, satellite phone, the works. You don't mess around with safety out there. It was mid-November, so the heat was already brutal by 7 in the morning. I remember the temperature gauge in the truck, showing 38 degrees Celsius before breakfast, and it would only get hotter. I slathered on sunscreen, put on my wide-brimmed hat, and filled my hydration pack before setting off. The first 3 survey points were uneventful. Just me, taking soil samples, examining rock formations, and recording data on my tablet. I finished the 3rd point around 11 and checked my map. The 4th point was about 8 kilometers away, so I climbed back into the truck, cranked the AC, and headed out. I'd been driving for maybe 15 minutes when I noticed something in the distance, maybe a kilometer away. At first I thought it was a fence post, or maybe a survey marker from another company. It stuck out because there was literally nothing else around. No trees, no buildings, nothing tall enough to break the horizon. Just flat red earth with scattered spinifex grass and low scrub. Now, I should have just kept driving to my next survey point. That would have been the sensible thing to do, but curiosity got the better of me. I was also puzzled because my maps didn't show any property boundaries or infrastructure in this area. The nearest cattle station was at least 30 kilometers away, so I turned the wheel and drove toward it. As I got closer, I could tell it wasn't a fence post. It was too thin, maybe like a metal rod or pole. I figured maybe it was some kind of marker left by another geological team, or perhaps something from the indigenous people who lived in the region. I stopped about 100 meters away and grabbed my binoculars from the passenger seat. What I saw through those binoculars makes my stomach turn even now. It was a metal spike, probably about 2 meters tall, driven into the ground, and impaled on it was a dog, not just placed there, but fully impaled from its hindquarters all the way through to its mouth. The carcass was dried out and leathery, like it had been there for weeks in the heat. The skin was pulled tight against the bones, and the whole thing swayed slightly in the hot wind. I dropped the binoculars in my lap and felt the bile rising in my throat. I actually had to open the truck door and vomit onto the dirt. The image was so unexpected, so horrific, that my brain couldn't process it properly. After wiping my mouth and taking a few deep breaths, I picked up the binoculars again, hoping somehow I'd been mistaken. But no, it was exactly what I thought. A dog, looked like it might have been a cattle dog or dingo, skewered on this metal spike like some kind of sick warning or trophy. I sat there for probably 5 minutes, just trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My first thought was that it must have been some kind of accident. Maybe the dog had fallen onto something sharp. But that made no sense. The spike was deliberately placed, standing perfectly vertical in the middle of nowhere. I decided I needed to document it. Not because I wanted to, but because something this disturbing needed to be reported. I grabbed my camera from my pack and reluctantly walked toward the spike. The flies were thick in the air, despite there not being much left of the animal to attract them. The smell hit me about 20 meters away, that distinctive sweet-sour stench of advanced decay mixed with the metallic smell of the hot spike. Up close, it was even worse. I could see that the spike had been hammered deep into the stony ground. This wasn't something that could have been done quickly or easily. Someone had brought tools out here, brought the spike, brought the dog, alive or dead I couldn't tell, and set this up deliberately. The spike wasn't rusty either. It looked relatively new. I took about a dozen photos, circling the grotesque display. I noticed there weren't any tracks around it. No tire marks, no footprints. The constant wind had probably erased them, but it added to the unsettling feeling that this thing had just appeared. After taking the photos, I hurried back to my truck, my skin crawling. I used the satellite phone to call my supervisor back in Adelaide. He was as confused and disturbed as I was. He asked me to send the photos through when I got back to camp that evening and said he would contact the police. He also told me to continue with my work, but to be extra vigilant. I sat in the truck for another 10 minutes, the AC blasting, trying to calm down. My hands were shaking, not just from the shock of what I'd seen, but from the implications. Someone had done this deliberately. Someone had come out to this impossibly remote location and created this macabre display. Why? Was it some kind of warning? Was it just a sick mind entertaining itself? And more importantly, were they still around? I checked my side view mirrors and scanned the horizon, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The outback had never felt threatening before. Empty, yes, harsh, definitely, but not menacing. Now it felt like hostile territory. I forced myself to continue with my work. What else could I do? I drove to the next survey point, but I couldn't focus. I kept making mistakes in my measurements, forgetting to record data. My mind kept going back to that spike, to the twisted, dried-out carcass. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning the horizon. The remaining hours of that day were some of the longest of my life. By 3 in the afternoon, I decided to call it quits, even though I still had 2 survey points left. I couldn't concentrate, and the growing sense of dread was making it impossible to work effectively. I drove back to my camp, which was about 20 kilometers away from where I'd found the spike. It was a simple setup, my swag under a tarp strung between the truck and a couple of poles, a folding table and chair, and my cooking equipment. Usually, I found it peaceful. That night, it felt terribly vulnerable. As promised, I sent the photos to my supervisor using the satellite connection. Then I tried to eat some dinner, but I had no appetite. The sun set around 8, and the outback night closed in. Normally, I loved the outback at night. The stars are incredible, with no light pollution for hundreds of kilometers. That night, the darkness felt oppressive. I kept my rifle closer than usual. It was mainly for snakes and the occasional aggressive dingo, but now I found myself wondering if I might need it for something else. Every sound made me jump. The wind through the scrub, the distant howl of a dingo, the scuttling of some small creature outside my tarp. Sleep was impossible. I lay in my swag, staring up at the stars, my mind racing. Who would do something like that, and why out here, where almost no one would see it? Was it meant for me specifically? Had someone known I would be surveying this area? That seemed paranoid, but I couldn't shake the thought. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something that made my blood freeze, the sound of a vehicle in the distance. Out here, the sound carries for kilometers, but I was certain I could hear an engine. I sat up, grabbed my rifle, and listened intently. The sound faded away after a few minutes, and I never saw any lights. Was it real, or was my mind playing tricks on me? The next morning, I packed up camp at first light. I called my supervisor again and told him I wasn't comfortable continuing the survey alone. He agreed immediately and said he would send another geologist to join me the following day. He also told me the police were sending someone out to investigate the spike, but it might take a couple of days given the remote location. I drove back to the nearest town that day, about a 4-hour drive. The whole way, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. I never did. 2 days later, another geologist arrived, and we went back out together to finish the survey. We deliberately avoided the area where I'd found the spike. The police had apparently removed it by then. I never heard anything more about it. My supervisor said the police investigation didn't turn up anything conclusive. They thought it might be related to illegal doggers, people who hunt dingoes, or maybe some kind of territorial warning from illegal miners or drug operations in the area. But none of those explanations ever sat right with me. The deliberateness of it, the specific location, the effort involved, it all pointed to something more sinister than territorial marking. I finished my contract with that company a month later and took a job closer to the city. I still work as a geologist, but I haven't gone back to the outback. I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, in that vast emptiness, is someone capable of such calculated cruelty, and I can't help but wonder what, or who, they might have been practicing for. Story 6. Ivy lived in the Ozarks all my life. These mountains, these trees, they've always been my second home. I grew up exploring the woods behind our property, and I swear I knew every inch of those trees by the time I was 12. My dad taught me how to track deer, how to recognize poison ivy, how to find my way back home using just the sun. Even when I got older and my friends were all obsessed with their phones and hanging out at the mall in Springfield, I'd rather be hiking through those familiar paths, breathing in that earthy smell that only comes after it rains. Never once felt scared out there. Not really. Sure, I grew up with all the stories, like every kid in these parts. My grandpa would tell us about the wild men that lived deep in the hollers, how they'd snatch up lone travelers and eat them. And of course, there were always those late-night campfire stories about the Ozark Howler or the Missouri Monster. But those were just stories to me, the kind of thing you laugh about while roasting marshmallows before forgetting them entirely the next morning. That changed 3 days ago. It was Wednesday afternoon. Nothing special about the day. I'd finished up my online classes early and decided to take advantage of the perfect fall weather. Cool enough to hike comfortably, but still sunny. I grabbed my water bottle, threw on my favorite faded green hoodie, and headed out the back door toward the trail entrance. Our property backs right up to about 2,000 acres of woods. There's this old metal gate that marks where our land ends and the public forest begins. It's rusty and squeaks like hell when you open it, but I know exactly how to lift it just right to make it swing silent. Force of habit, I guess. I don't like disturbing the quiet when I'm headed out for a walk. I remember checking my phone before slipping it into my pocket. It was around 3 in the afternoon, plenty of daylight left. I had this route planned, a loop that would take me past the old creek, up to the ridge where you can see for miles, and then back down through the pines. I've walked it hundreds of times. As soon as I passed through that gate, something felt off. It's hard to explain if you're not outdoorsy, but when you spend enough time in nature, you develop this sixth sense. The woods have a rhythm, a background noise that becomes so familiar you don't consciously notice it anymore. But you absolutely notice when that rhythm changes. That day the woods felt too quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, the tense kind that makes the hair on your arms stand up. I paused about 50 yards in from the gate, listened. Nothing but the slight rustle of leaves in the breeze, no birds, no squirrels chattering, just silence. That's when I felt it, that sensation of being watched. And not the casual kind of watching, like when a deer spots you from a distance. This was intentional, focused. I felt it right between my shoulder blades, this pressure, like someone was staring directly at the back of my head. I spun around. Nothing there but trees and undergrowth. "You're being stupid," I whispered to myself, embarrassed even though no one was there to hear me. "It's the same woods you've been walking in your entire life." I forced myself to keep going, following the familiar dirt path as it curved through a stand of old oaks. The feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got stronger with every step. My pace quickened without me consciously deciding to walk faster. About a quarter-mile in, there's this old metal deer stand, just a simple platform about 12 feet up with a ladder attached to the trunk of a massive white oak. I've climbed it dozens of times. The view from up there is amazing, especially in fall when the colors are changing. But that day, I climbed it for a different reason. I needed to get higher, to see if I could spot whatever was making me feel so uneasy. The metal rungs were cold against my palms as I pulled myself up. Each step up the ladder made a slight metallic sound, but I'd climbed it so many times, it felt natural. When I reached the platform, I stood up slowly and turned in a complete circle, scanning the surrounding forest. Nothing out of the ordinary, just trees and more trees, stretching off in every direction. The afternoon sunlight slanted through the branches, creating those dappled patterns on the forest floor that I normally find so beautiful. But now they just looked like perfect hiding spots for something. I sat down on the platform, my back against the tree trunk, and took a deep breath. "Get it together," I told myself. "There's nothing out here that wasn't here last week or the week before." That's when I heard it. A light, deliberate tapping on the metal ladder below me. Tap, tap, tap. 3 distinct sounds, evenly spaced, like someone gently rapping their knuckles against the hollow metal rungs. I froze. Completely froze. Didn't breathe, didn't blink. Tap, tap, tap. Again. Same pattern, same deliberate spacing between the sounds. I forced myself to shift positions, to peer over the edge of the platform, down at the ladder. There was nothing there. No squirrel, no woodpecker, nothing that could explain the sound, yet the tapping continued. Tap, tap, tap. My heart was slamming against my ribs now. So loud in my ears I was surprised it didn't drown out the tapping, but it didn't. Each tap seemed to cut through my heartbeat, through the sudden rushing of blood in my ears. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly thin and shaky. "Is someone there?" No response, just another set of taps. Tap, tap, tap. I've been around wildlife my entire life. I know what animals sound like when they move through the underbrush or when they interact with human structures. This wasn't that. This was purposeful, rhythmic, almost like communication. I needed to get down now. But the thought of climbing back down that ladder, of putting my feet where that tapping was coming from, I couldn't do it. Not right away. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 minutes, listening to the periodic tapping continue below me. It never sped up, never slowed down, just maintained that same unsettling rhythm. Eventually, the silence between the taps stretched longer. 5 seconds, then 10, then 30. After a full minute of quiet, I finally found the courage to move. I eased myself toward the ladder, every muscle tense, ready to retreat if the tapping started again. Nothing, just silence. I climbed down as quickly as I dared, practically jumping off the last 3 rungs. The moment my feet hit the ground, I spun in a circle, scanning the woods around me. Nothing moved, no mysterious figure, no animal, just the same trees and undergrowth I'd known all my life, now somehow transformed into something threatening. I didn't continue my hike. Instead, I turned and started walking quickly back the way I'd come, toward home. Not running, some stubborn part of me refused to actually run, but moving fast enough that I was slightly out of breath. The feeling of being watched intensified with every step. The pressure between my shoulder blades became almost painful. I was maybe halfway back to the gate when I heard it. A single, unmistakable snap of a twig directly behind me. I whirled around, heart practically exploding in my chest. Nothing was there, not a thing, just the path stretching back into the darkening woods. That's when I ran, full out sprinted, no longer caring about dignity or rationality or anything except getting back to the safety of our yard. My lungs burned and branches whipped at my face, but I didn't slow down until I reached that metal gate, yanked it open without my usual care, and slammed it shut behind me. Standing in our backyard, I bent over with my hands on my knees, gasping for breath and fighting back tears I couldn't explain. I looked back at the woods, the same woods I'd explored my entire life, and they suddenly seemed alien, hostile. That night was worse. I barely slept, and when I did, I had the most vivid nightmare of my life. I was back in those woods, but it was night, with only patchy moonlight filtering through the trees. I was running, desperately running, while something pursued me through the darkness. I never saw it, not clearly, but I could hear it moving through the underbrush behind me, matching my pace exactly. In the dream, I knew with absolute certainty that if it caught me, something unspeakable would happen. I woke up drenched in sweat, my throat raw like I'd been screaming. It's been 3 days now, and I haven't set foot back in those woods. I stand at my bedroom window sometimes and look out at that metal gate, at the trees beyond it. Everything looks exactly the same as it always has, but it's not. Something has changed, or maybe something was always there, and I just never noticed it before. My parents think I'm being ridiculous. "You've been walking those woods since you could toddle," my dad said this morning. "Nothing out there but deer and the occasional coyote." But he didn't hear that tapping. He didn't feel those eyes boring into the back of his skull or hear that twig snap behind him when nothing was there. I don't know what was in those woods with me that day. I don't know if it was one of those creatures from my grandpa's stories or something else entirely. All I know is that the place that once felt like my sanctuary now feels forbidden. Something was trying to communicate with me out there, trying to let me know I was noticed, I was followed, and I have the terrible feeling that if I go back, it will be waiting for me. Story 7. I am still shaken up about what happened last Friday when my parents went to that stupid work dinner. I'm 18 and perfectly capable of watching my 11-year-old brother for one night. But honestly, I don't think I'll ever stay alone in this house again. Not after what happened. My parents left around 6 in the evening. They told me not to expect them back until midnight at the earliest, since it was some fancy corporate thing with an open bar. Dad joked that they might even get a hotel room downtown if they both had too much to drink. I remember rolling my eyes at them while simultaneously thinking about the privacy I'd have for the evening. The weird feeling started almost immediately after they pulled out of the driveway. I'd been in our house alone plenty of times before, but something felt off. At first, I tried to ignore it. My brother was in his room playing video games, and I was on the couch scrolling through TikTok, but I couldn't shake this sense of unease that kept creeping up my spine. You know that feeling when you're alone, but don't feel alone? like someone's watching you? It was exactly like that, but amplified. I kept looking over my shoulder at nothing. I even checked all the doors twice to make sure they were locked, which I never do. The kitchen was the worst. I don't know why, but every time I walked past the kitchen doorway, my skin would prickle. It was like walking through an invisible cobweb or something. By 8 o'clock, I was actively avoiding going in there, which was stupid because I was getting hungry and thirsty. I made my brother a sandwich earlier and practically ran out of the kitchen while making it. He didn't notice anything weird, just ate his food and went back to his game. Kids, right? Sometimes I wish I still had that oblivious bubble. By 9:30, my mouth was so dry I couldn't stand it anymore. I'd been avoiding getting something to drink for over an hour because I didn't want to go into the kitchen. How pathetic is that? Being afraid of your own kitchen. I finally convinced myself I was being ridiculous and got up from the couch. Our kitchen has this large window above the sink that looks out into the backyard. It's a big window, probably 4 feet wide and 3 feet tall. And we've never put curtains on it because the backyard is fenced in and faces the woods behind our property. No one can see in unless they're trespassing on our property. As soon as I walked into the kitchen, that feeling of being watched intensified tenfold. The light was on inside, so the window was basically a black mirror reflecting the kitchen back at me. I couldn't see anything outside in the darkness, but I swear to God, something out there could see me. I stood there frozen for a few seconds, staring at the window, trying to see past my own reflection into the yard. There was nothing there that I could see, but the feeling of being observed was so strong I almost turned around and left without getting water. But I was really thirsty, and I felt stupid being scared of nothing, so I forced myself to walk to the sink. The whole time, I felt like I was being stalked, like a prey animal sensing a predator nearby. My hands were actually shaking as I grabbed a glass from the cabinet. When I turned on the faucet, the sound of running water seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet house. I filled my glass quickly, not wanting to stand there any longer than necessary. The window was right in front of me, and I couldn't shake the certainty that something was right on the other side of the glass, watching me. I decided I wanted ice in my water, partly to make the tap water taste better, but honestly more, because the ice maker is in the freezer door, which would let me turn away from that damn window for a few seconds. I needed a break from that feeling of being stared at, so I turned my back to the window and opened the freezer door. I had just pushed my glass against the ice dispenser when it happened. Bang! The sound was so loud and sudden that I actually screamed and dropped my glass. It shattered on the floor, water and ice going everywhere. It wasn't like someone knocking on the window. It was like someone had slammed their entire body against the outside wall of the house, right below the window. The bang was so powerful that I felt the vibration through the floor. It was deliberate and violent, like someone wanting to make absolutely sure I knew they were there. My entire body went cold with fear. I stood there for maybe 2 seconds, frozen in complete terror, water seeping into my socks. Then my survival instinct kicked in. I leapt over the broken glass and ran out of the kitchen, not even bothering to clean up the mess. I sprinted to my brother's room and burst through the door. He was sitting on his bed with his headphones on, completely oblivious to what had just happened. When he saw my face, he pulled his headphones off and asked what was wrong. I must have looked completely terrified because his eyes got really wide. "Someone's outside," I whispered, even though I had just slammed his door shut. "I think they're trying to break in." I locked his bedroom door and pushed his dresser in front of it. His room is on the 2nd floor, so at least there was no window someone could climb through. My brother was freaking out by this point, asking questions I couldn't answer. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone as I dialed 911. The dispatcher was calm and asked me a bunch of questions about what I'd heard and if I'd seen anyone. I explained about the loud bang and how it felt like someone had been watching me all evening. She said they'd send officers to check out the property, but it would be about 20 minutes since we live pretty far out from town. Those 20 minutes were the longest of my life. We sat on my brother's bed, lights off, listening for any sound of someone breaking in. I kept checking the home security app on my phone. My parents had installed cameras a few months ago after a series of break-ins in a neighborhood about 10 miles from us. We have 4 cameras: front door, side door, garage, and backyard. I cycled through them repeatedly, but didn't see anything unusual on the live feeds. That's when I tried to check the recorded footage from earlier, specifically from the backyard camera that would have captured whoever or whatever had made that sound, and that's where things got even weirder. I could access saved footage from the front door, side door, and garage cameras just fine. But when I tried to view the backyard camera's recordings from the past hour, the app kept giving me an error message. The live feed worked, showing nothing but our dark, empty yard, but the recorded footage was completely inaccessible. I tried restarting the app. I tried logging out and back in. Nothing worked. It was like the footage had been erased or corrupted somehow. What are the odds that the one camera that would have captured whatever made that sound was the only one not working properly? The police finally arrived and did a thorough check of the property. They found no signs of anyone having been in our yard, no footprints in the soft soil of the garden beds beneath the kitchen window, no broken branches on the bushes someone would have had to push through to get close to the house. The officers were nice, but I could tell they thought it was just a scared teenager overreacting to a random noise. One officer suggested it could have been a deer or some other animal bumping against the house, but I've lived here my whole life and know what deer sound like. This wasn't an animal. The bang was too deliberate, too intentional. After the police left, I called my parents. They offered to come home early, but by then it was already 11, and they were at least 45 minutes away. I told them we were fine, that the police had checked everything out. I didn't want to ruin their night over what was probably nothing. But it wasn't nothing. I know it wasn't. My brother and I spent the rest of the night in his room with the door locked and dresser still pushed against it. I didn't get a wink of sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured someone or something standing right outside that kitchen window, watching me, waiting for me to turn my back. My parents came home around 1 in the morning. They checked the backyard themselves and, like the police, found nothing unusual. Dad reviewed the security footage and confirmed that for some reason, the backyard camera recordings from 7 p.m. onward were corrupted and unviewable. He said he'd contact the security company about it on Monday. It's been 3 days, and I still can't explain what happened. The security company said there was no evidence of anyone tampering with our system, but they couldn't explain why only one camera's recordings were affected. They suggested it might have been a technical glitch or a temporary power issue with that specific camera, though all our cameras are wired to the same power source. I've thought about this constantly since it happened, and here's what terrifies me most. That feeling of being watched started immediately after my parents left, and it focused around the kitchen all evening. Whatever was out there had been waiting and watching for hours before making itself known. It wanted me to know it was there. I keep asking myself, if it was just some person trying to break in, why stand outside for hours? Why make a huge noise instead of trying to quietly break in? And why did they leave without taking anything or trying to get inside? It doesn't make any sense, unless it wasn't a person at all. I don't know what was outside our house that night. I don't know if it's still out there watching. But one thing I know for certain, I'm never staying alone in this house again, and whenever I'm in the kitchen at night, I keep my back to the wall, never the window. The kitchen window is getting curtains tomorrow. My parents finally agreed after I refused to go in there after dark. They think I'm being paranoid, but they didn't feel what I felt. They didn't hear what I heard. They didn't experience the absolute certainty that something was watching them, waiting for them to turn their back. Story 8. I still don't know if I should be sharing this. It's been over 10 years, and I still struggle with what happened in that apartment. I'm 39 now, but I was 29 when it all began, and sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm back there. My mother, sister, and I were excited when we first got approved for the new government housing. It was a brand new apartment complex in our community, and after years of struggling to find stable housing, it felt like a blessing. The apartments were clean, modern, and affordable, everything we needed. We moved in during late September, and I remember how the air had that crisp autumn feel as we carried our boxes up the stairs. Our apartment was on the top floor of the 3-story building. I remember my mother saying how lucky we were that we wouldn't have to worry about neighbors stomping around above us. The irony of that statement still haunts me. We spent that first day unpacking, arranging furniture, and trying to make the place feel like home. By nighttime, we were exhausted but happy. My sister, she was 17 then, claimed the bedroom furthest from the living room. My mother took the middle one, and I got the one closest to the living room. It had this weird corridor entry that created a small hallway before opening into the actual bedroom, which meant you couldn't see into the room unless you walked all the way through that short corridor. We went to bed around 11 that first night. I remember checking the time because I had to be up early for work the next day. I had an old 90s TV in my room that I'd positioned on my dresser in a way that it would reflect the hallway outside my door. An old habit from living in sketchy places where I wanted to see if anyone was coming. It must have been around midnight when I first heard it. Children giggling. At first I thought I was dreaming, but then I heard what sounded like marbles rolling across the floor above me, followed by the pitter-patter of small feet running. I lay there, confused, until I heard my mother's door open. I got up and went to the living room, where I found her standing with a confused look on her face. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Before I could answer, my sister came out of her room, looking irritated. "What's with the kids upstairs?" she asked. "It's the middle of the night." My mother shrugged. "Must be the neighbors. I'll call the landlord tomorrow." My sister rolled her eyes. "But Mommy, we're the upstairs neighbors. There's nobody above us." I still remember how the blood drained from my mother's face. We stood there, the three of us, listening to the sounds of children playing above a ceiling that shouldn't have had anyone above it. None of us slept well that night. The next day, I asked around about the building site. An elder in our community mentioned casually that the land used to be part of the grounds for the local residential school. The main school building had been across the field. It had been converted to an office building where my aunt worked for years before they finally tore it down. What he told me next made my skin crawl. There were rumors of unmarked graves on the property, children who had died at the school and been buried without proper ceremony or even notification to their families. I didn't tell my mother or sister about this conversation. I convinced myself it was just a coincidence, that the sounds we heard were just the buildings settling or the wind playing tricks on us. But it wasn't just that one night. The sounds continued, not every night, but often enough that we couldn't ignore them. Sometimes it was just giggling, other times it was singing in our native language, songs I recognized from my grandmother. My sister started having nightmares. She'd wake up screaming, claiming someone had been sitting on her bed watching her sleep. My mother tried to rationalize everything. The building was new and making normal settling noises. The singing was just the wind. My sister was just stressed about school. But I knew it was more than that, especially when things in our family started changing. My sister, who had always been a bit moody as a teenager but generally sweet, became increasingly aggressive. She'd pick fights with my mother over nothing. She started skipping school. Once, I found her sitting in the dark bathroom, talking to herself in our language, using words I hadn't heard since our grandmother passed. My mother and I started arguing too. Small disagreements would explode into full-blown shouting matches. The apartment felt heavy, like the air itself was pressing down on us, making it hard to breathe, hard to think clearly. I started spending more time in my bedroom, trying to escape the tension. Ironically, my room seemed to be the most active area in the apartment. The TV in my room, the one positioned to reflect the hallway, started turning on by itself. Not just occasionally, but every single night at 3 in the morning, the static would wake me up. And when I looked at the reflection in the screen, I could see that my closet door was open, even though I always closed it before bed. And in that closet, reflected in the static-filled TV screen, I could make out a shape, a large, shadowy figure crouching in the corner. If it had been standing, it would have been at least 7 feet tall. I would freeze, unable to move, unable to scream. The only way to make it disappear was to turn on my lamp, which I kept right next to my bed for exactly this reason. The strange thing was, despite how terrifying this shadow figure was, I didn't feel threatened by it. It felt protective somehow, like it was watching over me during this increasingly difficult time with my family. Sometimes I would have dreams of a tall man caring for me, holding me when I was sad. I could physically feel these hugs, even after I woke up. Once, I was half asleep and felt arms embrace me so tightly I couldn't move. When I opened my eyes, there was no one there, but the pressure remained for several seconds before releasing. About 3 months after we moved in, I noticed something odd about my desk. It was an old wooden desk my mother had picked up from a second-hand store. Looking at it closely one day, I noticed a carving on the underside, "Nary Got's a baby." The handwriting was childish, the grammar incorrect. I mentioned it to my aunt, who had worked in the office building that used to be the residential school, and she went pale. That's the same kind of carving that was in the bathroom stalls at the old school building, she told me. They all said things like, "Mary Got's a baby," or "Nary stealing food." It was how the children communicated with each other when they weren't allowed to talk. That's when I realized my desk had come from the residential school. Something about this revelation made everything worse. The nighttime activity increased. My sister became even more volatile. My mother started sleeping with the lights on. One night I woke up to the sound of someone crying softly. It was coming from the living room. I got up to investigate and found my sister sitting on the couch in the dark, rocking back and forth. "They won't let me sleep," she whispered when she saw me. "They keep telling me things." "Who?" I asked, though I already knew. "The children," she said. "They say they were hurt here. They say they want to go home." The next day I convinced my mother we needed to leave. I didn't tell her exactly what my sister had said, just that we couldn't stay in that apartment anymore. She resisted at first. Affordable housing was hard to come by, but eventually agreed when she found my sister talking to empty corners of rooms multiple times. We moved out the following week, finding a small house to rent on the other side of town. We thought it would end there. It didn't. Whatever attached itself to me in that apartment, I believe it was the tall shadow from my closet, has followed me ever since. I've moved twice more, even relocated to another province altogether. And still, sometimes I wake up at 3 in the morning to find my closet door open and that familiar shape crouching inside. The weird thing is, I'm not scared of it anymore. In fact, there have been times when I've felt protected by this presence. When my grandmother died 2 years after we moved out of the apartment, I was devastated. That night, lying in bed crying, I felt those same arms wrap around me, comforting me. I've done research since then about the residential school that used to stand near our apartment building. The stories I've found are horrific. Children beaten for speaking their language, denied food, subjected to medical experiments, sexual abuse. Some teachers and staff were particularly cruel, but there were also accounts of a tall native man who worked as a janitor and would secretly comfort the children, sneaking them extra food, teaching them traditional songs when no one was listening. Several children died at that school over its years of operation. Many from disease, some from abuse, others from trying to escape. Most were buried in unmarked graves on the property, the very land our apartment was built on. I've spoken to elders in our community about my experiences, and they weren't surprised. One told me that the children's spirits are restless because they were denied proper burial rites. They're trying to find their way home. The tall shadow, they suggested, might be the spirit of that kind janitor, still trying to protect the children even in death. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened in that apartment or why this presence continues to follow me. What I do know is that those children deserved better than what they got in life, and their stories deserve to be remembered. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear giggling. Sometimes I still feel those arms around me. Sometimes I still see that shadow in my closet. And sometimes I wonder if it's trying to tell me something, if there's something more I should be doing to help these spirits find peace. It's been over 10 years now, and I still don't have answers. I'm not sure I ever will, but I know what I experienced was real. The children were real, their suffering was real. And whatever or whoever watches over me now is real too. I just wish I knew what they wanted me to do. Story 9. The first experience happened when I was around 13. I was in my bedroom playing Minecraft on my Xbox 360. It was something I did almost every day after school, just building, exploring, and forgetting about homework for a while. It was probably around 7 in the evening, and my parents were in their bedroom across the hall. I remember I was in the middle of building this massive castle that I'd been working on for weeks. I had my headphones on, but they weren't noise-cancelling or anything, so I could still hear what was going on around me. That's when I heard it, a scream coming from my parents' room. Not like a scared scream, but almost like a wail or a cry. At first I thought maybe my mom had hurt herself or something, so I immediately took off my headphones and rushed over to their room. When I got there, both my parents were sitting on their bed, looking completely confused. They hadn't heard anything. I was about to leave, thinking maybe I'd imagined it, when I noticed something in the corner of their room. They had this display case with this old Mexican doll in it that my grandmother had given to my mom years ago. I never liked the thing. It had these glass eyes that seemed to follow you around the room and this permanent smile that looked more like a grimace. As I was standing there, I swear on everything I believe in, the doll moved. Not like it fell over or anything. It actually turned its head just slightly, but enough that I noticed it. My blood went cold instantly. I pointed at it and started freaking out, but my parents said I was just seeing things. But then it happened again, right in front of all three of us. The doll's arm twitched upward like it was trying to reach out. My mom screamed this time, and my dad immediately went to the case and closed it firmly. We all just stood there staring at each other, not knowing what to say. For weeks afterward, I couldn't even bring myself to play Minecraft again. I kept associating the game with what happened, like somehow the doll had responded to what I was doing. It sounds ridiculous now, but at the time, the connection felt real. My parents eventually got rid of the doll, giving it back to my grandmother, who didn't seem surprised at all when they explained why. She just nodded, like she'd been expecting it. The second experience happened about 2 years later, when some family was visiting for the holidays. Our house isn't very big, so I had to give up my room and sleep in this small attic space we have. It's not a finished attic or anything, just a space with some floorboards where we store suitcases and Christmas decorations. The thing about this attic is that it's always freezing cold, even in the middle of summer when the rest of the house is sweltering. I'd slept up there a few times before and always had to bundle up in like 3 blankets just to get through the night. This particular time was in December, so it was even colder than usual. I remember waking up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was watching me. The moonlight was coming through this small circular window, casting weird shadows across the floor. In the corner of the attic, we had stacked about 4 large suitcases against the wall. As I was lying there, trying to convince myself that nothing was wrong, I heard this subtle scraping sound. The suitcases were moving. Not like they were being pushed or pulled, more like they were slowly tilting on their own. I was completely frozen in fear, watching as they gradually leaned more and more until suddenly they all fell. But here's the thing that still gives me goosebumps. They didn't fall toward me. They fell to the side of me, as if whatever was pushing them had deliberately changed their direction to avoid crushing me. I didn't scream or run. I just laid there, paralyzed with fear, staring at these suitcases that should have fallen on top of me, but somehow hadn't. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I told my parents about it, and my dad went up to check. He said the suitcases must not have been stacked properly, but I know what I saw. The third incident was probably the most terrifying, and it happened just last year when more family was visiting. I was in my bedroom, which I had back by this point, trying to take a nap in the afternoon. Everyone else was downstairs having lunch and catching up. I was just drifting off to sleep when I distinctly heard someone call my name. It sounded like it was coming from right beside my bed. But when I opened my eyes, no one was there. I figured maybe someone had called me from downstairs, so I got up and went to the top of the stairs to listen. That's when I heard it again. But this time it sounded like it was coming from behind me, back in my room. I turned around, and my door was slowly closing, even though there was no draft in the house. I stood there, completely terrified, as my door clicked shut. Then the noises started. It was like scratching, but not like an animal or anything, more like someone dragging their fingernails across the wall inside my room. Then thumping, like footsteps but heavier, almost deliberate. I was crying at this point, too scared to open the door, but too scared to run downstairs. I eventually called out for my parents, and my dad came rushing up. The moment he reached the top of the stairs, all the noises stopped. When he opened my door, everything was normal. No scratches on the walls, nothing out of place. He tried to tell me I was just having a bad dream, but I wasn't even asleep when it started. There was also this one night when I saw what looked like a man standing by my window. I was terrified until my dad pointed out that he had left some of his construction tools outside my window, and in the darkness, they could look like a person. I accepted this explanation, but part of me still isn't convinced. Before my parents got rid of that Mexican doll, I also experienced these weird body experiences that I still can't explain. I would be going about my day, completely normal, when suddenly I'd feel like I wasn't in my body anymore. It was like I was looking around in complete darkness for a few seconds before suddenly snapping back to normal. It didn't hurt or anything, but it was disorienting and scary. These experiences have left me with so many questions. Is our house haunted, or is it me? Am I somehow attracting these things? My parents don't like talking about any of it. They're not religious or superstitious, and I think acknowledging that something unexplainable happened in their home makes them uncomfortable. I've tried researching similar experiences online, but nothing quite matches up with what I've been through. The closest I've found are accounts of poltergeist activity, but even those don't fully explain everything that's happened. What freaks me out the most is the thought that these things might follow me when I eventually move out. Will I carry these experiences with me wherever I go, or are they somehow tied to our house? I haven't had any major incidents in the past few months, but I still get this feeling sometimes, like I'm being watched. I'll be sitting in my room, doing homework or watching videos, when the air suddenly feels heavy, like it's pressing down on me. Sometimes I'll catch movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn to look, nothing's there. My sensitivity to these things has definitely affected my daily life. I can't sleep with the lights off anymore. I've stopped playing certain video games because I'm afraid they might trigger something. I check closets and under my bed every night, not for monsters like a kid, but for something more real and unexplainable. I don't know if anyone will believe me about all this. Most people I've tried to tell just look at me like I'm crazy or making it up for attention. But I know what I experienced. I know what I saw and heard and felt. And the scariest part is that I have no explanation for any of it. Last week, I thought things had calmed down for good. I was actually sleeping through the night without waking up in a cold sweat. Then, 3 nights ago, I heard that same scream again, the one I heard years ago before seeing the doll move. It was faint, almost like an echo, but unmistakable. I didn't tell my parents this time. What would be the point? They'd just tell me it was the wind or the house settling or my imagination running wild, but I know better. Something is in this house with us, or something is attached to me, and I don't think it's going away anytime soon. Story 10. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or demons. Sure, I've always been more spiritually sensitive than most people, but I never thought I'd experience something that would shake me to my core. It started about 1.5 years ago when my husband and I moved into a flat in London. We were excited. It was our first place together in Bethnal Green, an area with character and history. But from the moment I walked through that door, something felt off. It wasn't anything I could point to exactly. The flat was nice enough, decent size for London, recently renovated and affordable. Well, as affordable as anything gets in this city. But there was this heaviness that hit me as soon as I crossed the threshold. Like walking into a room where people had just been arguing, that lingering tension in the air. Do you feel that? I asked my husband as we brought in our first boxes. He looked at me blankly. Feel what? I don't know. Something feels wrong here. He laughed it off. It's probably just musty. Place has been empty for a while. My husband's always been like that, practical, grounded, skeptical of anything he can't see or touch. Usually I appreciate that balance to my more intuitive nature. But this time his dismissal left me feeling isolated with my unease. That first night is when things really started. We were exhausted from moving, so we just threw our mattress on the bedroom floor, planning to set up the bed frame the next day. I fell asleep almost instantly, but was plunged into the most terrifying dream I've ever had. I was in some kind of abandoned warehouse. The lighting was dim, with just enough red-tinged glow to see the outlines of things. Metal hooks hung from the ceiling, the kind you'd see in a slaughterhouse. I was running, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. Something was chasing me. When I turned to look, I saw her, a blonde woman with an upside-down pentagram carved into her forehead. But the way she moved, God, I still get chills thinking about it. She wasn't running normally. Her body was bent backward, impossibly so, with her head touching the floor behind her feet, like some horrific contortionist. Her hair dragged along the ground, and her eyes, bright and wild, stared at me from her upside-down face. "You can't break the devil," she screamed over and over. "You can't break the devil." I ran in circles, trapped as she pursued me, her body making wet cracking sounds with each unnatural movement. Every time I tried to escape, she'd appear in front of me, her face twisted in rage. She kept trying to grab me, to hook me onto one of those metal hooks hanging from the ceiling. I woke up gasping for air, drenched in sweat. The bedroom was dark, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I could see a figure standing in the corner, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. The strangest part was that my husband was awake too, sitting up and looking disturbed. He never has nightmares, literally never. But that night, he dreamed of people committing suicide by jumping off bridges, one after another, while he stood helpless, unable to stop them. "That was weird," he said, trying to shake it off. "Must be the stress of moving." But I knew it was something else. Something in this flat had reached into both our minds while we slept. From that day forward, I felt like something was literally sucking the life out of me. I started sleeping 10, sometimes 12 hours a night, but would still wake up exhausted. Getting out of bed became a monumental task. My body felt heavy, like I was moving through water. My mind was foggy all the time. The flat itself seemed to close in around me. When my husband was at work, I'd sit on the sofa and swear the walls were inching closer. The air felt thick, almost difficult to breathe. I started having anxiety attacks, something I'd never experienced before. Our marriage began to suffer too. We'd snap at each other over the smallest things. Everything felt like a massive effort. Cooking dinner, cleaning up, even just having a conversation. I'd catch my husband staring at me sometimes, a look of concern mixed with frustration on his face. I knew what he was thinking, what happened to the woman he married. But I couldn't explain to him what was happening because I barely understood it myself. How do you tell someone that you think your home is draining your life force? About 3 weeks in, I started seeing things. At first, it was just from the corner of my eye. Movements that disappeared when I turned to look, but then they became more distinct. There was a woman. I'd see her by the window in our living room, her shoulders shaking like she was crying. She'd just stand there, looking out at the street below. I never saw her face clearly, just her silhouette against the light. And there was a little boy. He would sit cross-legged on our kitchen floor, head down, like he was afraid to look up. Sometimes I'd walk into the kitchen and feel a cold spot where he sat, even though I couldn't see him at that moment. I didn't tell my husband about them. He was already worried about my depression, as he called it. If I started talking about seeing people who weren't there, he might actually think I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was. I started to doubt my own sanity. Was this all in my head? Was I just struggling to adjust to our new life together, to the pressures of London living? Then something happened that convinced me this wasn't just my imagination. It was about a month after we'd moved in. I was walking home through our housing complex, taking the shortcut that passes behind the older buildings. It was early evening, starting to get dark. I was thinking about what to make for dinner, wondering if my husband would be home late again. Suddenly, everything shifted. It's hard to explain, but it was like reality tore open for a moment. The modern buildings around me disappeared, and instead, I saw destruction, complete and utter devastation. Houses bombed to rubble, smoke rising from the ruins. I could smell burning wood and something worse, burning flesh. There were people screaming, though the sound was muffled, like it was coming from far away. In the distance, I saw planes in the sky. Old planes, like from World War II, and I knew somehow that's exactly what I was seeing. London during the Blitz. The vision lasted maybe 2 seconds, but it felt eternal. And when it snapped away, and I was back in the present, standing frozen on the pathway, I was absolutely certain of one thing: what I had seen was real. Not a hallucination, not my imagination, but a glimpse of something that had actually happened right where I was standing. When I got home, still shaking, I went straight to my laptop and started researching the history of Bethnal Green during World War II. What I found confirmed my experience in a way that sent ice through my veins. Our complex was built on land that had been heavily bombed during the war. Entire streets had been destroyed, families wiped out, children orphaned. There had also been an incident at the Bethnal Green tube station, a panic during an air raid that led to a crush of people on the stairs. 173 people died, many of them women and children, making it one of the worst civilian disasters of the war. As I sat there, reading account after account of the suffering that had happened just steps from where I now lived, something clicked into place. That back sensation I'd been feeling, that oppressive weight, wasn't just random negativity. It was grief, trauma, the echoes of terrible events that had seeped into the very ground beneath our building. The woman by the window, the frightened child. They weren't evil spirits or demons. They were remnants of those who had lived and died here, whose lives had been violently cut short. But that still didn't explain my nightmare or the physical drain I felt every day. It didn't explain why both my husband and I had experienced such dark dreams that first night. A few days later, I had my final encounter. I was in the bathroom, Getting ready for bed, I felt the temperature drop suddenly and the shower curtain moved, though there was no draft. I turned and there he was, a man, tall and broad-shouldered, standing in the corner. Unlike the others, he was fully visible, solid-looking. His face was deeply sad, his clothes old-fashioned, but his most striking feature was his hands. They were enormous, workers' hands, scarred and rough. I should have been terrified, but strangely I wasn't. There was nothing threatening about him. He just seemed immensely sad, lost. He looked at me for a long moment, then faded away. That night I decided I'd had enough. Whether my husband believed me or not, I needed to do something. The next day, while he was at work, I went to a shop I'd found online that sold spiritual supplies. I bought sea salt, white sage, white candles, and a small silver bell. The woman behind the counter looked at my purchases and met my eyes. "Clearing a space?" she asked quietly. I nodded. "Be gentle," she said. "Sometimes what seems evil is just hurt, looking for help." Her words stayed with me as I went home and began the process of cleansing our flat. I started by opening all the windows despite the cold February air. I sprinkled salt in the corners of each room, lit the sage, and walked through every space, letting the smoke fill each corner. I rang the bell in each doorway and burned the candles while saying prayers, not just Christian prayers, but universal ones asking for peace and light. As I worked, I spoke aloud to whatever spirits might be there. I told them I understood their pain, that I acknowledged what had happened to them, but that they needed to find peace now. I told them they were free to go into the light, that they didn't need to stay trapped here. The process took hours. By the time my husband came home, the flat smelled strongly of sage, and white candles burned on every surface. I expected him to think I'd lost my mind completely, but he surprised me. He stood in the doorway for a long moment, then said, "It feels different in here." "Different how?" I asked cautiously. He thought for a moment. "Lighter, like I can breathe better." That night we both slept deeply, without nightmares. And the next morning, for the first time since we'd moved in, I woke up feeling rested. The heaviness was gone. The walls stayed where they belonged. The air felt clean. Over the next few weeks, the transformation held. My energy came back. The oppressive feeling lifted. I never saw the woman by the window or the little boy again. The only one who visited once more was the man with the large hands. About a week after the cleansing, I woke in the night to see him standing at the foot of our bed. But this time he was smiling faintly. He nodded at me, as if in thanks, and then was gone. I've never seen him again. We still live in that flat, and it's become the home we wanted when we first moved in. But I'll never forget those first terrible weeks, or the lesson I learned from them. Sometimes what we perceive as evil is really just pain so great that it distorts everything around it. Sometimes all those lost souls need is acknowledgement and compassion to find their way home. Story 11. I still get a chill when I think about that night in Ludlow. It's been about 18 months, but I remember every single detail like it happened yesterday. I'm not someone who gets spooked easily. I travel a lot for work and have stayed in all kinds of places, from fancy hotels to dingy motels. Nothing has ever gotten under my skin like what happened that night. My company had sent me to Shropshire for a project that was supposed to last just 3 days. It was a pretty straightforward job, nothing special. The client had arranged my accommodation at this old Victorian guest house in Ludlow. When I first arrived, I thought it was quite charming. You know, one of those places with tons of character. The kind of building where nothing is quite straight. The staircases slant slightly, the floors have a gentle wave to them from centuries of settling, and the door frames aren't perfectly rectangular. The owner showed me to my room on the top floor. It was cozy, with this sloping ceiling where the roof came down. Not huge, but comfortable enough, with a double bed, small writing desk by the window, and an ensuite bathroom that had been modernized at some point in the last decade. The window overlooked a quiet back garden, just a small patch of grass with some flower beds and an old stone wall marking the property line. No roads behind, no busy paths, nothing but peaceful greenery. After getting settled, I spent the afternoon working on my laptop, going through some documents for the next day's meeting. Around 7 in the evening, I decided to head out for dinner. The owner had recommended a pub just a 5-minute walk away, so I figured I'd check it out. The pub was exactly what you'd expect from a small English town. Warm lighting, wooden beams across the ceiling, locals chatting away in the corner. I had a decent meal, steak and ale pie with chips, and nursed a couple of pints while watching whatever football match was playing on the TV above the bar. Nothing exciting, just a relaxed evening. I didn't even drink that much, just enough to feel slightly content, but nowhere near tipsy. I headed back to the guest house around 10. It was already dark outside, and the narrow streets of Ludlow were quiet, with just the occasional car passing by. Back in my room, I switched on the TV for some background noise and caught up on a few emails. By 11:30, I was feeling tired. I switched the TV off, brushed my teeth, and got into bed. I fell asleep almost immediately. What happened next is something I've gone over in my head countless times. I woke up suddenly, my eyes snapped open in the darkness. I had that feeling you get when something's not right, like your body senses a threat before your mind can process it. I was instantly covered in goosebumps, the hair on my arm standing straight up. I wasn't cold. The room was actually quite warm with the heating on, but I felt like someone had just walked over my grave. The digital clock on the bedside table read 2:45 in the morning. The room was pitch black except for the faint red glow from those clock digits. I lay there for a moment, trying to work out what had woken me. There was no noise from outside, no traffic, no voices, nothing. The guest house was completely silent. The kind of silence that feels heavy, almost like it's pressing down on you. That's when I heard it. A footstep, clear as day, the sound of someone stepping onto the carpet. It was inside my room. At first, I thought I must have imagined it. You know how your mind can play tricks when you're half asleep. But then there was another step, and another slow, deliberate footsteps crossing the carpet of my room. They weren't loud, but in that silence, they might as well have been thunderclaps. Each step seemed to get slightly louder, which meant whatever was making them was getting closer to my bed. I completely froze. I don't mean I just lay still, I mean I literally couldn't move. It was like my entire body had been switched off, but my brain was firing on all cylinders. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I didn't dare open my eyes any wider. I kept them to slits, pretending to be asleep while trying to see something, anything in the darkness. The footsteps continued their slow progression across my room. From my position on the bed, I could track the sound, moving from the direction of the door, along the side of the room, and towards the foot of the bed. There was no mistaking it. Someone or something was in my room, walking around my bed. I started running through the possibilities in my head. A burglar? But how had they gotten in? The door had been locked, and I hadn't heard it open. Another guest who'd somehow gotten the wrong room. But again, the door was locked. I'd checked it myself before going to bed. Twice, actually, as it's a habit of mine when staying in unfamiliar places. The footsteps continued their circuit and came to a stop right beside my bed, right next to my head. I could almost feel a presence there standing over me. The air felt different somehow, heavier, colder. I was still frozen in place, heart pounding, trying desperately to control my breathing so it would seem like I was still asleep. What happened next is what truly terrified me. 3 knocks. 3 sharp, distinct knocks on the wooden headboard right by my skull. Not like someone knocking on a door. These were different. They were slow, deliberate, and much too close to my head. Knock. 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 The sound resonated through the wood and seemed to vibrate right through me. And the thing is, I hadn't moved an inch. There was no way I could have accidentally knocked against the headboard myself. Someone, or something, was making that sound, and they were inches from my head. I lay there, completely paralyzed with fear, for what felt like an eternity. In reality, it was probably about 10 minutes. But when you're lying in the dark, convinced there's something in your room that shouldn't be there, time stretches out in the most horrible way. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, I reached out and fumbled for the lamp switch. My fingers were shaking so badly, I almost knocked the lamp over, but finally, I managed to turn it on. The room flooded with light, and there was nothing there, no one standing by my bed, no one anywhere in the room. The door was still closed and locked from the inside, just as I'd left it. The window was shut tight. There was literally nowhere anyone could have gone. I got out of bed on unsteady legs and checked every possible hiding place, under the bed, in the small wardrobe, even in the bathroom, though it would have been impossible for someone to slip in there without me seeing them when I turned on the light. Nothing. No one. I turned the TV back on for noise and light. Sleep was completely out of the question at that point. I sat up in bed with my back against that same headboard, watching infomercials until dawn broke. Every few minutes, I'd find myself looking around the room, checking the corners, making sure I was still alone. When morning finally came, I felt absolutely drained. I'd been running on pure adrenaline and fear for hours, and it had taken its toll. I showered and dressed, then headed down to breakfast, wondering if I should say anything. Would the owner think I was crazy? Had I just had some sort of weird waking dream? As I sat there picking at my eggs and toast, the owner came over to top up my coffee. She was a woman in her 60s, friendly, but not overly chatty. "Sleep well?" she asked, the standard guest house small talk. I hesitated, then decided to just mention it casually. Actually, I had a bit of a strange experience last night. Woke up in the middle of the night and thought I heard footsteps in my room. Then there were these knocks on the headboard. I tried to laugh it off, make it sound like I wasn't still shaken by it. Her reaction wasn't what I expected. Instead of surprise or reassurance that I must have been dreaming, she just nodded, a knowing look crossing her face. "You wouldn't be the first guest to hear things at night," she said quietly, glancing around to make sure none of the other guests could overhear. "This house is very old, you know." I felt a chill run down my spine. "So this has happened before?" She gave a small shrug. "People hear things sometimes. Strange noises, footsteps, the odd feeling of someone being in the room with them." "And the knocks?" I asked. She nodded again. "Those too. Though the strange thing is, most reports come from the ground floor room at the back. Never had anyone mention anything in your room before." I didn't know if that made me feel better or worse. On one hand, at least I wasn't going crazy. On the other hand, the fact that the house apparently had a history of inexplicable phenomena made what I'd experienced feel more real, more substantial. I went to my meeting that day in a fog, barely able to concentrate. All I could think about was what had happened in that room, and what might happen if I stayed another night. I couldn't face it. After the meeting, I called my boss and made up some excuse about needing to get back for a family emergency. I checked out of the guest house that afternoon, telling the owner I'd been called away unexpectedly. As I was leaving, she gave me a look that said she knew exactly why I was really going. "Safe travels," was all she said. I drove straight home that day, a 3-hour journey that I barely remember making. I kept thinking about those footsteps, those 3 knocks. What would have happened if I'd opened my eyes fully? Would I have seen something standing there? The thought makes my skin crawl even now. I've tried researching the history of that guest house since then. There's not much online, just the usual local history stuff. It was built in the late Victorian era, changed hands multiple times over the years, and was converted to a guest house in the 1970s. Nothing about deaths or tragedies that might explain what I experienced. I still travel for work, still stay in all sorts of places, but I've never gone back to Ludlow, and I never will. I can't explain what happened that night, whether it was a ghost, some kind of residual energy, or something else entirely. All I know is that I was fully awake, clear-headed, and what I experienced was real. Footsteps across a carpet where no one was walking, 3 distinct knocks on a headboard that no living person made. And sometimes in the middle of the night when I'm alone in my own house, I still find myself freezing at small noises, wondering if I'm about to hear those 3 knocks again. Story 12. I don't usually share personal stuff online, but I need to get this off my chest. What happened to me about 3 weeks ago has been keeping me up at night, and I'm honestly still trying to make sense of it all. I've been dating Mariana for almost a year now. We're both university students in São Paulo, and things have been great between us. Her mom travels a lot for work, and sometimes I stay over at their house when she's away. It's a nice place in a quiet neighborhood. 2 bedrooms, living room connected to the kitchen, and a small hallway that leads to the bathroom. Nothing fancy, but cozy. That night started like any other. I arrived at Mariana's place around 9 in the evening. We ordered some pizza, watched a movie on Netflix, and just hung out. Around midnight, Mariana started getting sleepy. She always falls asleep quickly, like within minutes of her head hitting the pillow. Me, I'm the opposite. I usually toss and turn for at least an hour before I can drift off. So there I was, laying in bed next to her around 12:30, scrolling through my phone while she was already fast asleep. The house was quiet, except for her soft breathing and the occasional hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. That's when I first noticed it. Small, strange noises coming from somewhere in the house. At first, I didn't think much of it. Houses make noises, right? The refrigerator kicks on, wood expands and contracts, pipes settle. Normal stuff. But then the noises started to feel different. I remember putting my phone down and just listening. There was a faint sound coming from the kitchen area, like someone moving things around very carefully, trying not to make too much noise. My heart started beating faster, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the neighbor's TV or something from outside. But then I heard it clearly, the unmistakable sound of a glass being placed on the counter. Not dropped, but deliberately set down. It wasn't loud enough to wake Mariana, but in the quiet of the night, it was crystal clear to me. I froze. My entire body went rigid. Mariana's mom wasn't supposed to be home, and we were definitely alone when we went to bed. I considered waking Mariana, but what if it was nothing? She'd be annoyed if I woke her up over house noises. So I just lay there, my heart pounding in my chest, straining to listen. For maybe 5 minutes, there was nothing, just silence. I started to think maybe I had imagined it, or it was something else entirely. I was almost ready to relax when I heard something that made my blood run cold. Click, 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 3 distinct clicks, like someone was pressing a pen or tapping their fingernail against a hard surface. And they weren't coming from outside or from another apartment. They were coming from right inside the house, from the living room area. I sat up in bed, my hands shaking. Mariana was still sound asleep, completely unaware. I thought about calling out, "Who's there?" But something stopped me. Some primal instinct told me that acknowledging whatever was out there would make things worse. The clicks continued, random and irregular. Click, 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 click. Sometimes with long pauses between them, sometimes in quick succession. It wasn't mechanical like a clock or some appliance. It felt deliberate, like someone was trying to get my attention. I reached for my phone thinking I'd call the police, but then what would I tell them? "Hello," There's clicking in my girlfriend's house. They'd think I was drunk or playing a prank. That's when the clicks suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow even more terrifying. I strained to hear anything, wondering if whoever or whatever was out there had left, and then it happened. Knock, knock, knock. 3 loud, powerful knocks that seemed to vibrate through the entire house. They weren't from the front door. They sounded like they were coming from inside, from the hallway wall or maybe the kitchen, like someone was standing in the dark, knocking on the wall to announce their presence. Mariana stirred beside me. "What was that?" she mumbled, half asleep. My heart was racing so fast I could barely breathe. "We need to go," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. "Right now." "What? Go where? It's the middle of the night," she said, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. I didn't want to tell her what I'd heard. I don't know why, but I had this overwhelming feeling that if we acknowledged whatever was happening, if we said it out loud, it would get worse. Like naming it would give it power. I don't feel well here tonight," I said, already getting up and putting on my shoes. "Please, let's just go to my place. I'll explain in the car." She looked at me like I was crazy. "Are you serious right now?" I was sleeping. "What time is it anyway?" "Please," I begged, my voice cracking. "I really need to leave this house right now, and I don't want to leave you here alone." Maybe she saw the fear in my eyes, or maybe she heard the desperation in my voice, but something convinced her. She sighed and slowly got out of bed. "Fine, but this better be good," she said, grabbing a hoodie. We were getting ready to leave when we both froze. From the kitchen came the sound of cabinet doors opening and closing, not slamming, but definitely opening and closing, like someone was looking for something. Mariana's eyes went wide. "Mom?" she called out hesitantly. I grabbed her arm. "Your mom's not home," I whispered. "You know she's not." The noises stopped immediately after she called out. The silence that followed was heavy and oppressive. I felt like something was listening, waiting. "We need to go now," I said, pulling her toward the bedroom door. She didn't resist this time. We moved quickly through the dark hallway. I didn't dare turn on any lights. Somehow, staying in the dark felt safer, like we could slip past whatever was there without being noticed. The hallway felt longer than it ever had before. The air felt thick, almost hard to breathe. As we passed the kitchen, I refused to look in that direction. I just kept my eyes fixed on the front door, pulling Mariana along. We made it outside and practically ran to my car, which was parked on the street. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. Once inside, I locked all the doors immediately and started the engine. As I pulled away from the curb, I glanced in the rearview mirror at her house. All the windows were dark, just as we'd left them. From the outside, everything looked completely normal. We drove in silence for a few minutes. My hands were still shaking on the steering wheel. "Are you going to tell me what the hell that was about?" Mariana finally asked. I took a deep breath and told her everything, the glass sounds, the clicking, the knocks. As I spoke, I watched her face change from annoyance to concern. "Why didn't you wake me up right away?" she asked when I finished. "I don't know," I admitted. At first I thought it was nothing, and then, I don't know. I just had this feeling that acknowledging it would make things worse. She was quiet for a moment. "I heard something too," she finally said. "Before you woke me up. I thought it was just part of a dream." My blood went cold. "What did you hear?" "Something hitting my window, like tap, tap, tap. I thought it was just the wind or a branch, but..." She trailed off. "My window is on the second floor. There's no tree close enough to touch it." We drove the rest of the way to my place in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. By the time we arrived, it was almost 3 in the morning. My roommates were all asleep, so we quietly went to my room. Mariana fell asleep eventually, exhausted from the whole ordeal, but I couldn't. I just sat there in the dark, thinking about what had happened. What were those noises? Was someone in the house? If so, how did they get in without breaking anything? And why just make noises instead of stealing something or attacking us? The thing that scares me the most is that I'm certain we weren't alone in that house. I've never felt a presence like that before. Something watching, something aware, something that wanted us to know it was there. Mariana and I have barely talked about it since that night. We went back to her house the next day in broad daylight to get some of her things. Everything was normal, nothing out of place, no signs of a break-in, no evidence that anything unusual had happened. Her mum came back from her trip 2 days later, and Mariana's been staying there with her. She says nothing strange has happened since, but she's also been keeping the lights on at night. As for me, I haven't stayed over there again. I can't bring myself to do it. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still hear those knocks. 3 loud, deliberate knocks on the wall inside a house where no one else should have been. I don't know what was in that house with us that night. I don't know if it was human or something else. All I know is that whatever it was, it wanted us to know we weren't alone. And that's the most terrifying thought of all. Story 13. I've always known this house was haunted. It's not something I've ever had to convince myself of or try to believe. It's just a fact, like knowing the sun will rise tomorrow. I'm 21 now, and we've lived here since I was 14, so that's 7 years of unexplainable things happening almost weekly. But what happened last night was different. It crossed a line that has me seriously questioning if I can stay here anymore. It started around 3:30 in the morning. I know the exact time because I was wide awake, scrolling through my phone since I couldn't sleep. My bedroom has always been the worst spot in the house, the epicenter of all the weird stuff. Sometimes I try to convince myself it's just old house noises or my imagination. But deep down, I know better. I was lying there in the dark, the only light coming from my phone screen when I first heard it, whispering. And not the kind that could be mistaken for the wind or the house settling. This was unmistakably a voice, or voices, saying my name over and over like they were trying to get my attention. At first I froze. This wasn't the first time I'd heard whispering in my room, but it had never been this clear before. Usually it was more like the suggestion of a voice, something you could almost convince yourself you imagined. This wasn't like that. This was deliberate. I put my phone down slowly, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. The corners of my room, under my bed, right beside my ear. I sat up, my heart hammering in my chest, and that's when the second thing happened. My bed started to vibrate. Not shake, not move. Vibrate, like someone had attached some kind of motor to it. I could feel it through my whole body, this steady, unnatural humming that came from nowhere. I scrambled off the bed, nearly falling in my panic, and backed up against my bedroom wall. The whispering stopped the moment my feet hit the floor, and the vibration ceased as well. I stood there for what felt like hours, too terrified to move, my back pressed against the wall, staring at my perfectly normal-looking bed. I didn't sleep again that night. I couldn't. Not in that room. This wasn't an isolated incident, though. A week ago, something even stranger happened. I was home alone, walking through the hallway outside my bedroom, when my voice just disappeared. I was humming to myself 1 second, and the next, no sound would come out. I tried to speak, to yell, to make any noise at all, but nothing happened. My throat felt normal. No pain, no tightness, but no sound would come out. It lasted for maybe 20 seconds, and then suddenly my voice was back like nothing had happened. I probably would have convinced myself I imagined it, if not for what I found later that same day. Blood splattered across the hallway wall, in a pattern that looked like someone had flicked it there with their fingers. My mother saw it too. She was the one who found it, actually. We cleaned it up together, both of us trying to come up with some rational explanation. A nosebleed one of us forgot about, but neither of us had had one. An injured bird that somehow got in and out without us noticing. in the middle of our hallway. We never figured it out, and we didn't talk about it after we cleaned it up. That's how we deal with most of the strange things in this house. We acknowledge them in the moment, then pretend they didn't happen. My brother has had it worse, though. He's 17 now, but when he was 16, he spent a few months in my room while his was being renovated. The things he experienced there still give me chills. One night, he woke up to find his blanket slowly being pulled off of him. He thought it was me messing with him at first, but when he looked up, he saw this figure. That's how he described it. A dark figure, standing at the foot of his bed, pulling his blanket away. He said it wasn't exactly human-shaped, more like a concentrated shadow that was somehow more solid than the darkness around it. The worst part was what it said to him. As it pulled at his blanket, it kept repeating, "Say it, say it." My brother, to his credit, didn't say a word. He just lay there, paralyzed with fear, until eventually the figure seemed to get frustrated and disappeared. He told me about it the next morning, his face pale, his hands shaking as he described what happened. I believed him instantly because I'd seen similar things in that room. We've developed theories over the years. I'm convinced that whatever is in our house, and I believe there are multiple entities, is either demonic in nature or what some paranormal researchers call mimics. They seem to be trying to get us to interact with them, to acknowledge them, to invite them in somehow. That's why they ask you to say it or call your name. They want you to respond. They want you to say yes or hello or anything that might constitute permission for them to, I don't know, possess you, attach to you. I'm not sure, but I know it's nothing good. I'm not particularly religious, but I've tried everything to make it stop. I've blessed each room with prayer, made the sign of the cross on every doorway, explicitly rebuked whatever is here in Jesus Christ's name. Sometimes it seems to work for a while. Things will quiet down for a few weeks, maybe even a month, but they always come back. My mother has a different take on all of this. She's Buddhist and has these beliefs about spirits and the afterlife that I don't fully understand. She jokes sometimes, at least I think she's joking, about sending a ghost to scare my brother when he misbehaves. "Be good, or I'll send the ghost to your room tonight," she'll say with a laugh. But there's something in her eyes when she says it that makes me wonder if she's entirely joking. After what happened last night with the whispering and the vibrating bed, I confronted her about it this morning. I asked her point blank if she believed in ghosts and if she thought our house was haunted. She was making breakfast, and she just kind of froze with the spatula in mid-air. Then she turned to me with this expression I couldn't read and said, "Every house has its spirits. It's whether they mean harm that matters." I pressed her on whether she thought our spirits meant harm, and she looked away, focusing intently on the eggs she was cooking. "They're curious about you," she said finally. "You and your brother, they find you interesting." That wasn't exactly reassuring. I asked her about the blood in the hallway, about my brother's experiences, about the whispering. She just shrugged and said, "Old houses have old memories. Sometimes they want to share them." My mother can be frustratingly cryptic sometimes. The thing is, I don't think these are just memories or harmless spirits. There's something malevolent here. I feel it most strongly in my bedroom, but it's spreading throughout the house. Last week I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when all the cabinet doors flew open at once. Not gradually, not one by one. All of them simultaneously, like someone had pulled them all open at exactly the same moment. I dropped the knife I was holding and it narrowly missed my foot. The day before that, my brother was taking a shower when the water suddenly turned ice cold, then scalding hot, then stopped altogether. When he got out to check the faucet, the bathroom door slammed shut and locked itself from the outside. He was trapped in there for an hour before I got home and heard him shouting for help. These things aren't pranks or coincidences. They're targeted. They're deliberate. Whatever is in this house, It's becoming more aggressive, more confident, and I think it's because it's getting what it wants. Our fear. I've read enough about paranormal phenomena to know that fear can be like food for certain entities. The more afraid you are, the stronger they become. It's a vicious cycle. They scare you, which makes them stronger, which means they can scare you more effectively. But knowing this doesn't make it any easier to not be afraid when you wake up to whispers in the dark and a vibrating bed. I've tried recording the phenomena, setting up my phone to capture video overnight, but nothing ever shows up on the recordings. The whispers don't register, the moving objects don't move when the camera's rolling, the figures don't appear. It's like whatever's here knows when it's being watched and chooses to hide. That's the most frustrating part. Not being able to prove any of this to anyone outside my family. My friends think I'm either exaggerating or flat out making it up when I tell them what happens here. One of them even suggested I might have carbon monoxide poisoning, which could explain hallucinations, but that doesn't explain my brother seeing the same things. It doesn't explain my mother witnessing the blood on the wall. It doesn't explain 3 different people having similar experiences in the same house. Something is here with us, something that knows our names, that can manipulate physical objects, that can appear and disappear at will. Something that wants us to acknowledge it, to invite it in somehow. And after last night, I think it's getting impatient. The whispering was more insistent, more desperate. The vibrating bed felt like an escalation, a more physical, undeniable way of making its presence known. I'm afraid of what comes next. If it's escalating, what will it try tomorrow night, or the night after that? I don't want to find out, but I don't have many options. We can't afford to move right now, and even if we could, I'm not convinced whatever's here wouldn't follow us. It feels attached to us now, not just to the house. For tonight, I'm sleeping on the couch in the living room. It's not a long-term solution, but at least the activity seems less intense out here. My brother's staying at a friend's house. He doesn't even want to be in the building anymore. My mother, though, she's still sleeping in her room, unbothered. Or at least she acts unbothered. Sometimes I wonder if she knows more about what's happening than she's telling us. If maybe, somehow, she's connected to it in some way. I catch her sometimes, standing in empty rooms whispering to herself. Or maybe not to herself. Wait, I just heard something. A tapping sound coming from the hallway. 3 distinct taps, like someone knocking on a door. But there's no one else home right now. My brother's at his friend's house. My mother's at work. The tapping again, louder this time, more insistent. I should ignore it. That's what all the paranormal experts say. Don't engage, don't acknowledge, don't invite. But it's so loud, and now it's moving. The tapping is getting closer, moving down the hallway toward the living room where I'm sitting. 3 taps. Pause. 3 more taps. Pause. It's right outside the living room now. I can see the doorway from where I'm sitting, but there's nothing there. Just empty space. But the tapping is coming from right there. 3 more taps. And now a whisper, just like last night, saying my name, asking me to answer, asking me to say hello. I won't. I can't. But I don't know how much longer I can live like this, jumping at every sound, doubting my own senses, wondering what's real and what isn't. The tapping has stopped, the whispers too, but I know it's still there, waiting, watching. It's always watching. Story 14. I still haven't told many people about what happened to me last October while working on the Queen Mary. It's been almost a year now, and I can't shake the feeling that something was watching me that night. I know how this sounds, and I've tried to rationalize it 1,000,000 times, but nothing makes sense. For context, I picked up a seasonal job working a Halloween photo event on the Queen Mary. If you're not familiar, it's this massive retired ocean liner permanently docked in Long Beach that they've turned into a hotel and tourist attraction. During Halloween, they go all out with themed events, haunted mazes, the whole deal. My job was pretty straightforward. Take photos of guests in various spooky setups, edit them quickly, and send them on their way. The ship itself is already eerie even without the Halloween decorations. It's this massive, aging vessel with narrow corridors, old wood paneling, and this constant creaking sound as it gently rocks in the harbour. The whole place has this heavy atmosphere, like you can feel all the history pressing down on you. I'd heard stories about it being haunted before I started working there, but I figured that was just good marketing for a tourist spot. My shift that night started at 4 in the afternoon and was supposed to end at midnight. It was a Thursday, so it wasn't super packed, but steady enough to keep us busy. The event organizers had set us up near one of the main entertainment areas, where people would come through after experiencing the haunted mazes. Around 9 that night, I needed to take a break. The nearest bathrooms to our setup were on the 3rd floor near the front lobby. Getting there meant navigating through a few of those narrow corridors I mentioned and taking an old elevator up. The elevators themselves are another whole thing. They're these ancient brass contraptions that move incredibly slowly and make concerning noises the entire journey. I'd used these bathrooms a few times already during my shifts that week. The routine was simple. Take the break, use the facilities, and head straight back to work. The ship's layout is confusing if you're not familiar with it, so I'd been careful to stick to the paths I knew, but that night after using the bathroom, something felt different. The event sounds were more muffled than usual, and the ship seemed quieter somehow. I'd been working there for almost 2 weeks at that point, and I was curious about the parts of the ship I hadn't seen. I figured I had enough time to take a quick detour before heading back to my station. Just past the bathrooms, there was this long hallway I hadn't explored before. It was dimly lit with these yellowish lights spaced too far apart, creating these pockets of shadow between them. The hall was lined with doors on both sides, probably old passenger rooms or crew quarters from when the ship was still in service. Some of the doors had numbers, others just had peeling paint and tarnished handles. The carpet was this faded burgundy color that had probably once been elegant, but now just looked tired and worn. Unlike the public areas of the ship, this hallway didn't have any Halloween decorations. It was just bare and original, which somehow made it more unsettling than the intentionally scary parts. I remember checking my phone. It was 9:23. And I figured I could spare 5 minutes to walk down and see what was at the end of the hallway. The whole ship has this specific smell, like old wood, salt, and something metallic, but it seemed stronger in this particular corridor. As I walked, my footsteps were muffled by the carpet, but the floorboards underneath still creaked slightly with each step. I ran my hand along the wall, feeling the smooth wood paneling, occasionally touching a door frame as I passed. I must have gone about 30 or 40 feet down the hall when something caught my eye. At the far end of the corridor, where the hallway took a turn to the right, I noticed what looked like a shadow. At first, I thought it might be someone turning the corner, or maybe just a trick of the light. The lighting on the ship is weird. Lots of old fixtures that flicker occasionally and cast strange patterns. I stopped walking and squinted, trying to get a better look. There wasn't anyone there, at least not that I could see, but the shadow remained. It was just this dark patch against the wall at the end of the hall, roughly person-shaped but indistinct. I stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what I was seeing. Maybe it was just the shadow of something I couldn't see from my angle. Maybe it was a maintenance worker around the corner. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks after hours of staring at a computer screen editing photos. Then it moved. It wasn't a sudden movement, more like a slow shift. The shadow seemed to detach itself from the wall and began to advance toward me. I remember blinking hard, thinking I must be seeing things, but when I opened my eyes again, it was unmistakably closer. The movement was smooth but wrong somehow. It didn't move like a person walking. There wasn't the accompanying sound of footsteps or the natural bobbing motion you'd expect from someone walking. It just glided forward, gradually closing the distance between us. I stood frozen. I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. The rational part of my brain was desperately searching for an explanation. Maybe it was a shadow puppet trick for the Halloween event. Maybe it was some kind of projection. Maybe someone was messing with me. But there was no equipment I could see, no projector, no explanation for what was happening. The shadow made no sound as it moved. That's what bothers me the most when I think back on it. Everything on that ship makes noise. The wood creaks, the metal groans, the pipes clang. But this thing moved in complete silence, and nothing else in the hallway was moving. No swinging lights, no fluttering curtains, nothing that could cast a moving shadow. As it got closer, maybe 20 feet away from me now, I could make out more details. It wasn't just a vague, dark shape anymore. It had definition. It had a form. It looked like the silhouette of a person, but completely black, with no features I could discern. No face, no clothing details, just this human-shaped void moving toward me. I'm not proud of what happened next, but I couldn't help it. Fear took over. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My skin went cold, and I felt this crawling sensation up my spine like icy fingers. I couldn't move for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then my fight-or-flight response kicked in. Flight, definitely flight, and I turned and walked away as quickly as I could without breaking into a run. I didn't want to show fear, though I don't know why that mattered. Some primal part of my brain was screaming not to run, like it would somehow provoke whatever was behind me to chase. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was terrified of what I might see. The shadow closer, maybe right behind me. I just focused on putting one foot in front of the other, making it back to the bathroom entrance, back to the main corridor, where there were other people and bright lights. My hands were shaking so badly I had to shove them in my pockets. I checked my phone again as I got back to the main area. 9:28. The whole encounter had lasted maybe 3 or 4 minutes, but it felt much longer. I went straight back to my photo station. My co-worker asked if I was okay. Apparently, I looked pale. I mumbled something about feeling a bit sick and focused on work for the rest of the night. I didn't tell anyone what happened. What would I even say? I saw a shadow moving by itself in a hallway. It sounds ridiculous saying it out loud. For the remaining days of my contract, I still had to use those bathrooms during breaks. They were the closest to our station, and I couldn't exactly ask to be escorted every time I needed to go. But I never, ever went exploring again. I used the bathroom and came straight back, walking quickly and keeping my eyes forward. Sometimes I felt like I could see movement in my peripheral vision near that hallway entrance, but I refused to look directly at it. I've tried to rationalize what happened many times since then. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was some kind of Halloween effect I wasn't aware of. Maybe the ship's notorious history and all the ghost stories I'd heard had primed my imagination. But I've worked other Halloween events before. I know the difference between being spooked by atmosphere and genuinely seeing something I can't explain. And there was something about that shadow, the way it moved, the absolute silence, the deliberateness of its approach, that felt conscious, intentional, like it knew I was there and was coming for me specifically. I finished my contract at the end of October and haven't been back to the Queen Mary since. I've heard from other staff members that strange things happen on that ship all the time. Equipment moving on its own, doors closing, unexplained cold spots. Most people brush it off or laugh about it, but that silent, moving shadow in the empty hallway was enough to convince me. Whatever's on that ship, whether it's residual energy or something more aware, it's real, and it's not something I ever want to encounter again. I still think about what might have happened if I hadn't turned around when I did. What if I had stayed? What if I had let it reach me? Sometimes I dream about it, that endless hallway, that approaching darkness. In the dreams I can't move and it gets closer and closer until I wake up gasping. I don't have answers. I just know what I saw, and I know I'm never going exploring alone on that ship again. Story 15. It all started last Saturday. The weather was perfect, not too hot for Western Australia in November, so we decided to finally tackle the backyard project we'd been putting off for months. We wanted to plant a small vegetable garden in the back corner of the yard where it gets good morning sun. My partner Mark had been talking about growing his own tomatoes since we moved in together 2 years ago. Mark's son Jamie was having a nap inside while we started digging. The soil was surprisingly hard, almost like it hadn't been disturbed in decades. After breaking through the top layer, we hit something weird. It felt soft and crunchy at the same time. When I pulled it up, I realized it was styrofoam, like the kind you'd find in packaging. "That's strange," Mark said, brushing dirt from the piece. "Must be some old garbage the previous owners buried." But as we continued digging, we found more styrofoam, layer after layer of it. It wasn't random pieces either. They were carefully placed, almost like someone had intentionally layered them. We dig down about 10 centimeters, find a sheet of styrofoam, remove it, and find another layer of dirt, then more styrofoam. "This is getting weird," I said after we'd gone down about half a meter. "Who buries styrofoam like this?" Mark just shrugged, but I could tell he was getting uncomfortable. He's always been superstitious. Won't walk under ladders, throws salt over his shoulder, the whole deal. I usually tease him about it, but something about the methodical way these layers were placed made my skin crawl too. We kept digging, curiosity pushing us forward. The hole was almost a meter deep when my shovel hit something hard that definitely wasn't styrofoam. It made a hollow sound, like ceramic. "I think I found something," I called to Mark, who had gone to get us some water. He hurried back, and together we carefully removed the dirt around whatever it was. It took about 20 minutes to fully unearth it. A ceramic pig, about the size of a small watermelon. It was glazed in a pale blue color, with intricate patterns painted in darker blue all over its body. It wasn't like a cute piggy bank or garden ornament. There was something unsettling about its face. The eyes were wide and almost human-looking, the smile too big and showing too many teeth for a pig. "This is bloody weird," Mark said, turning it over in his hands. There were no markings on the bottom, no manufacturer's stamp, nothing to indicate where it came from or how old it was. Why would someone bury this under all that styrofoam? I should have listened to that little voice in my head, telling me to put it back and fill in the hole. But instead, we brought it inside to clean it off, thinking it might be some interesting conversation piece. That night was when things started getting strange. We'd placed the pig on the kitchen counter after washing all the dirt off. Around 10 o'clock, when we were watching TV in the living room, we heard a crash from the kitchen. We both jumped up and rushed in to find a mug shattered on the floor, a mug that had been on the opposite counter from the pig. "Must have been balanced on the edge," Mark said, though I could tell he didn't believe it. The mug had been well away from any edges. We cleaned it up and went back to our show, but I couldn't focus anymore. I kept feeling like I needed to check on the pig, like it might have moved or something ridiculous like that. Of course, every time I peeked into the kitchen, it was exactly where we'd left it. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, certain I'd heard something moving around the house. Mark slept fitfully beside me, mumbling in his sleep. Around 3 in the morning, I distinctly heard footsteps in the hallway, small like a child's, but Jamie was sound asleep in his room. I checked. The next morning at breakfast, Jamie refused to use the bathroom. "There's monsters in there," he said, his little face serious. Jamie is 4, so monster talk isn't unusual, but the way he said it made my heart skip. "What kind of monsters, buddy?" Mark asked, trying to sound casual. "The pig monsters. They watch me when I go potty." Mark and I looked at each other. We hadn't shown Jamie the pig yet. It was still on the kitchen counter, and Jamie's too short to see up there. Throughout the day, things kept falling over or being moved. A picture frame on the shelf, keys that had been on the hook by the door. My coffee mug that I swear I'd placed in the center of the table somehow ended up on the floor, thankfully not broken this time. By Sunday night, the atmosphere in the house had completely changed. It felt heavy, like the air before a massive storm. Mark was jumpy, starting at every noise. Jamie refused to play in the living room, staying in his bedroom with the door closed. And me? I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, especially in the kitchen where that pig sat with its too wide smile and those unblinking eyes. "I think we should get rid of it," I finally said to Mark after Jamie was in bed. He nodded, looking relieved. I was thinking the same thing. Something's not right about it. We decided to just put it back where we found it. That seemed safest somehow, returning it to its resting place. So at around 9 Sunday night, we took the pig out to the hole, which was still open from the day before. As soon as I picked up the pig to take it outside, a wave of, I don't even know how to describe it, absolute dread washed over me. My hand started shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. Mark saw my face and quickly took it from me, but I could tell by his expression that he felt it too. We placed it back in the hole, covered it with the layers of styrofoam we had kept aside, and filled in all the dirt. I felt instant relief once it was buried, like I could breathe properly again for the first time since we'd found it. "That's that," Mark said, tamping down the last of the soil with his foot. "Let's forget about this whole weird episode." But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Monday morning, I woke up feeling like I hadn't slept at all, though my phone said I'd been out for 7 hours. Mark looked just as exhausted. Jamie seemed better, though, happily using the bathroom and playing in all areas of the house again. I was making coffee when I noticed something on the kitchen windowsill that overlooked the backyard. Dirt. A small pile of it, like someone had emptied their pockets, and there were tiny footprints in it, too small to be human, like a small animal had walked through the dirt. I quickly wiped it away before Mark could see it and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe some dirt had fallen from our clothes last night after burying the pig. But all day at work, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. I kept checking my phone, half expecting Mark to call with some terrible news. When I got home, Mark was sitting at the kitchen table, staring out the window toward where we'd buried the pig. "Jamie's been talking to someone," he said without looking at me. I asked who, and he said, "The pig lady who lives in the garden." A chill ran down my spine. "It's just his imagination," I said, not believing it myself. "Maybe," Mark replied, but I could tell he was as freaked out as I was. That night, the noises started again, scratching in the walls, footsteps in the hallway, a sound like ceramics scraping against wood. I lay awake, clutching Mark's arm, both of us listening but too scared to get up and look. Tuesday was worse. We found dirt all over the kitchen floor when we woke up. Jamie said the pig lady had told him she was lonely and wanted to come inside to play. Mark stayed home from work, and we decided to check the backyard. The hole where we'd buried the pig had been disturbed. The dirt was loose, and when Mark cautiously dug down a bit, the styrofoam layers were all broken and pushed aside, and the pig was gone. We tore the yard apart looking for it, thinking maybe an animal had dug it up, but there was no sign of it anywhere. Mark was properly scared now, not hiding it anymore. He called his mum, who's into all sorts of spiritual stuff, and she suggested we cleanse the house with sage and salt. We did that Tuesday afternoon, feeling slightly ridiculous, but desperate for anything that might help. Tuesday night was quiet, almost too quiet. No noises, no falling objects. We started to hope that maybe whatever was happening had stopped. Then Wednesday morning, I opened the kitchen cabinet to get a mug for coffee, and there it was, the ceramic pig sitting among our cups, that horrible smile seeming even wider now. I screamed. I'm not proud of it, but finding that thing in our cabinet after we'd buried it broke something in me. Mark came running and froze when he saw what I'd found. "How the hell did it get in there?" he whispered. I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up with fear. We tried to get rid of it again. Mark drove it to a dumpster 20 kilometers away and threw it in. He watched the garbage truck come and take everything away. That should have been the end of it. But when I opened the cabinet this morning to make coffee, there it was again, exactly where it had been yesterday. I'm sitting here now at 4 in the morning, unable to sleep. Mark finally passed out from exhaustion around midnight. Jamie had nightmares and is now sleeping in our bed, curled against his dad. The pig is on our kitchen counter because I'm too scared to touch it again. I've tried researching online for similar experiences, for information about ceramic pigs or objects found buried under styrofoam, but there's nothing helpful. I've thought about taking it somewhere far away, maybe the ocean, but every time I think about removing it from our property, I'm overwhelmed with a feeling of dread so powerful it makes me physically ill. I don't know what to do. I don't know what this thing is or why it was buried in our yard. All I know is it doesn't want to leave, and I'm terrified of what might happen if we keep trying to make it. I can hear something moving in the kitchen now. Sounds like ceramic scraping on countertop. I should go look. I should go see what it's doing, but I can't make myself get up. I can't make myself face that thing again with its too wide smile and those eyes that seem to follow you around the room. So I'm just sitting here, writing this out, hoping someone has seen something like this before, hoping someone knows what to do. Because right now, the scraping sound is getting closer to the bedroom door, and I don't think that Pig wants to be ignored anymore. Story 16. I've never shared this experience with anyone outside of the friend who was with me that night. Part of me still tries to find some logical explanation, but I can't. I know what we both witnessed. This happened about 7 months ago. I was visiting my friend who lives in this really nice penthouse apartment downtown. The views from up there are incredible. You can see the entire city skyline. We'd had dinner earlier and were just hanging out, talking about life, nothing unusual. Around midnight, our conversation shifted towards spiritual topics. My friend had been going through some personal struggles and had recently started attending church again. I've always been more open about my faith, so they were asking me questions about spirituality, Jesus, and how I maintain my faith during difficult times. The apartment was quiet, except for our voices. It was one of those conversations where you lose track of time because you're so engaged. The living room has these tall bookshelves, must be about 7 or 8 feet high, filled with books, decorative items, and photos. We were sitting on opposite couches, probably 2 meters away from the nearest bookshelf. As our conversation progressed, we started discussing darker spiritual topics. My friend asked me about my thoughts on demonic influence and spiritual warfare. I'm not someone who talks about this stuff lightly, but I was explaining how I believe negative spiritual forces can sometimes manifest in our lives. Right as I was mid-sentence about demonic entities, the atmosphere in the room changed. It's hard to explain if you've never experienced it. The air felt heavier, like someone had cranked up the pressure. I remember feeling suddenly colder, too. Then it happened. A book fell from the top shelf of the bookcase, not just slid off. It literally flew off the shelf and landed with a loud thud about a meter away from where it should have landed if it had just fallen straight down. We both jumped. My friend's eyes went wide and they immediately looked at me. "What the hell was that?" they whispered. I tried to stay calm even though my heart was racing. "That's exactly what happens when you call them by name," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "They don't like it." I got up to check the book. It was some random novel my friend had probably never even read. Nothing special about it. I put it back on a lower shelf, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Maybe vibrations from the building, an air current from the ventilation system, the shelf being slightly tilted. We tried to laugh it off and continued our conversation, but the mood had shifted. We were both on edge. My friend kept glancing at the bookshelf, and I noticed they'd moved slightly farther away from it. We switched topics, talking about more positive aspects of faith and spirituality, but there was this underlying tension now. I checked the time on my phone. It was 1:20 in the morning. That's when the second book fell. This one was different. The first could have been dismissed as an accident, but this This felt deliberate. We weren't even talking about anything negative at that moment. We were discussing healing and forgiveness. This book didn't just fall. It shot off the shelf, almost like it had been pushed with force. It hit the floor and slid across the hardwood, stopping right at the edge of the rug where we were sitting. My friend yelped and pulled their feet up onto the couch. "What is happening?" they asked, their voice trembling. I felt a surge of something, not just fear, but a kind of righteous anger. I stood up, surprising even myself, and spoke firmly into the empty space of the apartment. "In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "You are not welcome here. Leave this house now." The words seemed to hang in the air. The silence afterward was deafening. My friend was frozen on the couch, staring at me with wide eyes. Then they suddenly got up and rushed to the bathroom, mumbling something about needing a minute. When they came back, their face was pale, and their eyes were red like they'd been crying. "I can't stay here alone tonight," they said. "Please don't leave." "I won't," I promised, though I was fighting my own urge to get out of there. We decided to stop talking about anything spiritual or religious for the rest of the night. We put on a mindless comedy show, but neither of us was really watching. We were listening, straining to hear any unusual sounds, watching the bookshelves from the corners of our eyes. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion finally overcame fear, and my friend fell asleep on their couch. I was on the other one, wide awake, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The apartment was completely silent, except for my friend's steady breathing and the occasional distant sound of traffic from far below. I got up to use the bathroom around 4. The hallway to the bathroom passes right by those bookshelves. As I walked by, I could swear the temperature dropped several degrees. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I had this overwhelming sensation that something was standing right behind me, just over my shoulder. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I quickened my pace to the bathroom, closed and locked the door, and stood there leaning against it, trying to calm my racing heart. My hands were shaking so badly I could hardly turn on the faucet to splash cold water on my face. In the mirror, I looked like hell, pale with dark circles under my eyes. As I stared at my reflection, trying to pull myself together, the bathroom light flickered, once, twice, then steady again. It was probably nothing. Old wiring, a power surge, but in that moment it felt like something was letting me know it was still there. I hurried back to the couch, not looking at the bookshelves as I passed. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, keeping it beside me like some kind of talisman. The rest of the night passed without incident, but neither of us got much sleep. When morning finally came, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the apartment felt normal again. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted. My friend and I made coffee and tried to process what had happened. "Do you think it was just coincidence?" they asked, clearly wanting me to say yes. I wanted to say yes too. I wanted to believe the books fell because the shelves were uneven, or because the building had shifted slightly, or because of a dozen other perfectly rational explanations. But I couldn't lie. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but whatever it was, it's gone now." My friend nodded, but I could tell they weren't convinced. Neither was I. We both felt something had been there with us, something that had responded to our conversation, something that didn't want us talking about it. I left later that morning, but I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. My friend texted me that night, saying they were staying with their parents for a few days, claiming some excuse about plumbing issues in the apartment. It's been 7 months, and my friend has since moved to a different apartment. We've never fully discussed what happened that night. Occasionally, one of us will make a vague reference to it, but then quickly change the subject, as if we're afraid that talking about it might invite it back. I still don't know what was in that apartment with us. I don't know if our conversation somehow summoned something, or if it had been there all along. I don't know why those books fell, or why the atmosphere changed so suddenly and dramatically. What I do know is that we both experienced it. It wasn't mass hysteria or imagination. Something was there, something that could interact with physical objects, something that responded when I commanded it to leave in Jesus' name. I've tried to forget about it, to file it away as one of those unexplainable events that happens once in a lifetime. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house gets too quiet, I remember that feeling, the heaviness in the air, the sensation of being watched, the absolute certainty that something was there that shouldn't have been, and I still can't explain it. Story 17. I've never really shared this story with anyone outside my immediate circle because, well, most people would probably think I'm making it up, or that I was just a kid with an overactive imagination. But I swear on everything that matters to me, this happened exactly as I'm about to describe it. I was 13 at the time, and it was during summer break. My best friend Amber and I had been friends since 3rd grade, and I spent pretty much every day at her house that summer. Her parents both worked full-time jobs, so we often had the house to ourselves during the day, which as teenagers we thought was the coolest thing ever. This particular day was a Wednesday, I remember, because Amber's parents both worked late on Wednesdays. It was just after lunch, maybe around 1 in the afternoon. We were in her living room playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on her PS2. I was absolutely destroying her at it, which she hated because she was usually better at video games than me. We had the volume cranked up pretty loud. Her parents weren't home to tell us to turn it down, and we were completely engrossed in the game. The living room was at the back of the house, and the front door was down a hallway that led past the kitchen and dining room. You couldn't see the front door from where we were sitting, but you could definitely hear when someone came in. I remember I was in the middle of a particularly good run when we both heard it clear as day. "Girls, come help me with the groceries." It was Amber's mum's voice, unmistakable. I even heard the rustling of plastic grocery bags. We both looked at each other, annoyed. Amber paused the game with an exaggerated sigh. "Coming, Mom!" she yelled back. I remember feeling slightly irritated because I was doing so well, but we both got up and headed toward the front door. The weird thing was, as we walked down the hallway, there was no further sound. Usually her mum would be setting bags down on the counter, opening the fridge, whatever. But it was completely silent. "Mom?" Amber called out. Nothing. We reached the front door, and it was closed. I still remember the confused look on Amber's face as she turned the knob and pulled it open. There was nobody there. No car in the driveway, no grocery bags. Nothing but an empty suburban street in the middle of the afternoon. "What the hell?" Amber said, stepping outside onto the porch and looking around. "Mom?" she called out again, louder this time. I followed her out, looking up and down the street. "Maybe she just ran back to the car," I suggested, but even as I said it, I knew it didn't make sense. There was no car. Amber's face had gone a bit pale. "This is weird," she muttered, pulling her phone from her pocket. She dialed her mom while I stood there feeling increasingly uneasy. I could hear the phone ringing and then her mum's voice answering. Amber put it on speaker. "Hey, honey, everything okay?" her mum asked. "Mum, where are you right now?" Amber's voice had a slight tremor to it. "At work, sweetie. I'll be home around 6, like I told you this morning. Is everything all right?" Amber and I exchanged glances, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine despite the summer heat. "Yeah, everything's fine," Amber said, but her voice was shaky. "See you at 6. She hung up. We both stood there on the porch for a moment, not speaking. Finally, Amber said, "Let's go back inside," but neither of us moved right away. "We both heard it, right?" I asked, needing confirmation that I wasn't going crazy. "Yeah," Amber nodded. It was Mom's voice. "And I heard the grocery bags rustling." "Me too," I said, "like the sound plastic bags make when they rub together." We finally went back inside, but Amber locked the door behind us, something she never did during the day. We went back to the living room, but neither of us was interested in playing video games anymore. Maybe it was the neighbors, I suggested, trying to come up with some rational explanation. But we both knew Amber's mom had a distinctive voice, and the neighbors on both sides were older couples who didn't have teenage kids. We sat in silence for a few minutes, both of us lost in our thoughts. That's when Amber said, "This isn't the first weird thing that's happened in this house." I looked at her, surprised. "What do you mean?" She hesitated, like she wasn't sure if she should tell me. "You know Rocky?" she asked, referring to their golden retriever who was currently staying with her grandparents because her dad had developed allergies. I nodded. "He used to bark at the corner of my parents' bedroom all the time. Like he would stand at the doorway and just bark and growl at that specific corner. He wouldn't go into the room if he was alone." I felt that chill again. "That's weird." "Yeah, and there's more," she said, lowering her voice even though we were alone. "About 6 months ago, I woke up in the middle of the night because I felt like someone was watching me. When I opened my eyes, there was a woman standing by my closet. My eyes widened. "What? Why didn't you tell me this before?" Amber shrugged. "I thought it was a dream at first. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned wedding dress. Really long and flowing. I could see through her a little bit, but she looked real enough. I was so scared I couldn't even scream. I just pulled the covers over my head and stayed that way until morning." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to laugh it off, to suggest she'd had a vivid nightmare. But after what we'd just experienced, I couldn't dismiss it so easily. "Has anything like this happened before? Like hearing voices when no one's there?" I asked. Amber nodded slowly. "A few times. Usually it's just like footsteps upstairs when nobody's home or doors closing on their own. But this is the first time I've heard a voice so clearly." For the next hour or so, we sat there talking about possible explanations. Maybe it was a weird echo from the TV or from a neighbor's house. Maybe we were both so used to her mom coming home and saying that phrase that our brains just filled in the blank when we heard some other noise. We tried to convince ourselves it was something normal, something explainable. But deep down, we both knew what we'd heard. When Amber's mom actually did come home around 6, we were still on edge. We didn't tell her what had happened. I think we both knew how it would sound. 2 teenage girls claiming they heard a ghost or something. She'd either think we were making it up or that we'd been watching too many scary movies. After dinner, Amber walked me home. Usually we'd be chatting non-stop, but that evening we were quiet. Before I went inside my house, Amber grabbed my arm. "Please don't tell anyone about this," she said, her eyes serious. "People already think I'm weird." I promised her I wouldn't, and until now, I've kept that promise. The strangest part of this whole experience wasn't just hearing the voice or finding no one there. It was how familiar and normal it all seemed in the moment. It wasn't like in movies, where there's spooky music or a sense of dread before something supernatural happens. It was just an ordinary Wednesday afternoon, and then, suddenly, it wasn't. Over the next few years, Amber told me about other strange occurrences in that house, objects that would disappear and reappear in different places. More unexplained voices, a persistent cold spot in the upstairs hallway that their heating system could never seem to fix. When we were 16, Amber's family moved to a different neighborhood on the other side of town. She told me that on their last night in the old house, she thought she saw the woman in the wedding dress again, standing at the foot of her bed, but this time the figure seemed to nod at her as if saying goodbye. I'm 27 now, and I still drive past that house on my way to work. It's had 2 different families living in it since Amber's family moved out. Sometimes I wonder if they've experienced anything strange, if they've heard phantom voices calling to them when no one is there. I'll never forget that day. The certainty that we'd heard her mum's voice, clear as day. The confusion when we found no one there. The absolute conviction that we both experienced exactly the same thing at exactly the same time. It's been 14 years, and I still can't explain what happened. Science would say it was an auditory hallucination. But how do two people hallucinate the exact same thing? Some people might say it was a ghost or some kind of supernatural phenomenon, but I don't know what to believe. All I know for sure is that on a completely normal summer day, when I was 13 years old, I heard a voice that couldn't possibly have been there, and no matter how many times I go over it in my mind, I can't make sense of it. That house, with its unexplained voices and apparitions, taught me that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that make you question what's real and what isn't. And honestly, that's scarier than any ghost story could ever be. Okay, story 18. I've never been particularly sensitive to paranormal stuff before. Sure, I'd watch ghost hunting shows and laugh at jump scares in horror movies, but I never took any of it seriously. I was the skeptic who'd roll my eyes at ghost stories. That changed after what happened on that ship. We got to the Missouri around 11 in the morning. It wasn't super crowded, just a few scattered tour groups. My fiancé is a total history buff, so he wanted to take his time looking at every plaque and exhibit. About an hour into our tour, he mentioned wanting to check out the engine room, but I wasn't interested in climbing down all those ladder stairs in the heat. I told him I'd just explore the deck areas and we could meet up later. I was wandering through one of the mess halls with a friend who'd come along with us when I saw my fiancé at the far end of the room. He was just standing there, which I thought was weird because he was supposed to be several decks below. He was wearing the exact same clothes, khaki shorts and the blue Hawaiian shirt I'd bought him the day before. His back was to me, but I recognized him immediately. "Hey, I thought you were checking out the engine room," I called out. He didn't respond, just stood there, completely still. Something felt wrong immediately, like when you're alone in a house and suddenly feel like someone's watching you. I nudged my friend. "What's he doing? Why isn't he answering me?" My friend looked confused. "Is that Josh? I thought he went downstairs." As we watched, he slowly turned around. It was my fiancé's face, but something was wrong. His expression was completely blank. His eyes seemed darker, and there was something about the way he moved that just wasn't right. It was like watching a really good impersonator, almost perfect, but just off enough to be unsettling. He just stared at us, not saying anything. I called his name again, and he smiled. That smile, I can't explain why, but it terrified me. It was too wide, too still, like it was painted on. My friend whispered, "Something's not right," and I felt a chill run down my spine despite the Hawaiian heat. I turned to my friend to whisper back just for a second, and when I looked again, he was gone. Completely gone. The mess hall only had one entrance, the one we had come through, and he would have had to walk right past us to leave. There was nowhere he could have gone in the split second I looked away. My phone buzzed with a text. It was my fiancé asking where I was, saying he was just finishing up in the engine room and would meet me on the main deck in 5 minutes. I showed my friend, whose face had gone completely pale. "That wasn't Josh," she said. "There's no way that was him." We practically ran back to the main deck. When we met my fiancé, he was sweaty from climbing around the lower decks and excited to tell me about the engines. I tried to tell him what happened, but he just laughed it off. Someone who looked like me, I have a pretty common face. But his reaction changed when my friend backed me up. She described exactly what I saw. His clothes, his stance, that wrong smile. He stopped laughing and got quiet. He's usually a total skeptic about paranormal stuff too. So seeing him unsettled made it worse somehow. We cut our visit short. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and every time I turned around, I expected to see that not quite right version of my fiancé staring at me with that horrible smile. The drive home was tense. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was someone who looked similar. Maybe it was the lighting. Maybe we were both tired. But deep down, I knew what I saw. That night I had trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that empty stare and wrong smile. I kept feeling like something was in our bedroom watching me from the corners. About a week later, things got much worse. I started having these horrible day terrors. I'd be doing something normal, washing dishes, driving to work, just sitting watching TV, and suddenly I'd feel this overwhelming sense of dread, like something terrible was about to happen. I'd feel a presence behind me, breathing down my neck. When I'd turn around, nothing would be there, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. The nightmares were worse. I'd dream of being trapped on that ship, wandering endless corridors while something with my fiancé's face chased me, always with that same horrible smile. I'd wake up gasping for breath, convinced something was in our bedroom, watching me from the darkest corner. My fiancé was getting worried. I wasn't sleeping, I was jumpy all the time, and I kept staring into corners and empty spaces. I tried to hide how bad it was getting, but after I had a complete breakdown while we were grocery shopping, convinced someone with that same wrong smile was following us through the store, he insisted I talk to someone. I have this friend who's into Wiccan practices. I've always respected her beliefs, but never really bought into it myself. Desperate, I reached out. When I told her what happened, she didn't laugh or think I was crazy. She got very serious and asked to come over. She brought her tarot cards and some other items, crystals, herbs, things like that. My fiancé sat with us but kept his skepticism barely hidden. She did a reading for me, and I'll never forget how her face changed when she turned over the cards. "Something's attached itself to you," she said quietly. "Something from that ship." She explained that places with traumatic histories sometimes harbor entities or energies. The Missouri had seen war, death, years of service. Some things get drawn to certain people, she explained, like a moth to a flame. As she was explaining this, the feeling of dread washed over me again, stronger than ever before. The room felt suddenly cold, and I could feel anger, not my anger, something else's. It was like the air around us thickened with hostility. My friend felt it too. She stopped mid-sentence, looking around. "It knows we're talking about it," she whispered. "It doesn't like being noticed." That's when the thoughts started. Violent, intrusive thoughts that weren't mine. Images of hurting myself, hurting my fiancé. The urge to grab a knife from the kitchen block was so strong I had to grip the table to stay seated. I could feel something grinning at my distress, feeding off my fear. My friend grabbed my hands and looked directly at me. "Tell it to leave," she instructed, out loud. "Mean it." Feeling ridiculous but desperate, I said, "Leave me alone. You need to go. You're not welcome here." The pain hit instantly, a sharp, stabbing sensation in my side, so intense I doubled over, crying out. It felt like someone had shoved an ice-cold blade between my ribs. My fiancé jumped up, asking what was wrong, but I couldn't speak through the pain. My friend moved quickly then, burning sage, placing crystals around me, reciting something under her breath. The pain subsided gradually, but the feeling of malice lingered. She stayed with us that night, sleeping on our couch. She gave me a charm to wear, a small bag of herbs and stones on a leather cord. "Don't take it off," she warned. "Not even to shower." The next morning, she helped perform a cleansing of our apartment. She insisted on saging every corner, placing protective crystals by doors and windows. My fiancé, who had started the previous day as a skeptic, helped without a single sarcastic comment. He'd heard my scream of pain, seen the genuine terror in my eyes. The charm helped. The nightmares decreased, and the feelings of being watched became less intense, but they never fully went away. Even now, months later, I sometimes feel that presence, especially when I'm alone. The thoughts come back occasionally, brief, violent impulses that don't feel like my own. I can't watch paranormal shows anymore. I used to love horror movies, but now they make me physically ill. Photos of liminal spaces, empty hallways, abandoned buildings, places that exist between states, trigger panic attacks. It's like once you open that door to believing, you can't close it again. The weirdest part is, I'm not the only one who's had experiences around the base. I work at the Hickam Exchange Complex now, and late shifts are uncomfortable. Other employees have stories, items moving on their own, voices when no one's there, the feeling of being followed through empty aisles after closing. Most people laugh it off as base folklore, but I can't. I know better now. I still don't know what that thing on the ship was, or why it chose me. Was it actually attached to the Missouri, or was it just using the ship's dark history as a way to manifest? Did it follow me home, or did the encounter just open my perception to things that were always there? My Wiccan friend thinks it might have been a mimic entity, something that copies people close to you to get near. All I know is that my life divides neatly into before and after that day on Ford Island. Before, I was a skeptic who felt safe in the rational world. After, I'm someone who checks corners before entering rooms and can't shake the feeling that reality is much thinner than we think. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel it watching me, waiting, and in my mind, I can still see that not quite right version of my fiancé's face, with that sinister knowing grin. Story 19. I've never been the type to share personal experiences online, but what happened at my sister's place in Singapore still disturbs me to this day, and I need to get it off my chest. Maybe some of you have experienced something similar or can help me make sense of it. Last summer, I was staying at my sister's apartment in the eastern part of Singapore. It's a cozy 3-bedroom flat in an older building. Nothing fancy, just comfortable enough for a 2-week visit. I've always been sensitive to things others can't see or feel. My family knows about this gift, more like a curse sometimes, but we rarely discuss it. The first week of my stay was completely normal. Catching up with my sister, exploring the city, eating way too much food at the hawker centers. Then came that night. I remember going to bed around 11 o'clock after watching some mindless TV show with my sister. The air conditioning was humming quietly, and I drifted off quickly after a day of walking around in Singapore's brutal humidity. The dream started normally enough. I was walking through some kind of market, probably influenced by the wet market we'd visited earlier that day. But then everything shifted, and the dream took on that hyper-real quality that makes you question whether you're actually dreaming. The market disappeared, and I found myself sitting up in the very bed I'd fallen asleep in. The room looked exactly the same. The small desk in the corner with my laptop, my suitcase against the wall, the curtains moving slightly from the air conditioning. It felt so real that I thought I'd actually woken up. Then I noticed a strange glow coming from the doorway. At first, it was just a faint blue-white light, but it gradually intensified until I could make out a shape forming in the air. My heart started racing, but I couldn't move. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I just felt completely frozen in place, watching as this thing materialized. It was a man's head, just his head, floating about 5 feet off the ground. No body, no neck, just a head suspended in the air. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone told me this story, I'd think they were making it up or had eaten something weird before bed. But I was wide awake within the dream, and what I saw and heard next still makes my skin crawl. The head looked Chinese, maybe in his 50s, with short salt and pepper hair and deep-set eyes. His face wasn't grotesque or decaying like you might expect in a nightmare. He looked completely normal, which somehow made it even more terrifying. The only unusual thing was a faint, luminous outline around him, like a hazy glow. Then he spoke. His voice was clear but distant, like someone talking through a thin wall. "I need your help," he said in Mandarin. "I understand basic Mandarin, enough to get by in Singapore, but I'm not fluent." Yet in the dream, I understood him perfectly. "My head has returned to Singapore, but my spirit is trapped where I died. I cannot rest. I cannot move on." I wanted to scream, to call for my sister in the next room, but no sound came out. The floating head moved closer to my bed, and I could feel a cold spot in the air where he hovered. "You can see me," he continued. Not many can. That's why I came to you. Tell my family they need to perform the ritual. They need to call my soul back to Singapore so I can be whole again. I remember asking, somehow finding my voice, "Who are you? Who is your family? How would I find them?" The head shook slightly, his expression sad. They know what to do. The old ways. The paper money, the offerings. They must do it correctly or I'll remain split forever. Before I could ask anything else, the head started to fade, becoming transparent. Then it suddenly rushed forward, passing through me. The sensation was like being dunked in ice water. I felt a pressure in my chest, a cold that reached my bones, and then he was gone. I woke up gasping for air, sweat soaking my pajamas despite the air conditioning. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:15 in the morning. The room was completely normal. No glow, no floating head, no cold spots. Just the steady hum of the air conditioner and distant traffic from the street below. I couldn't go back to sleep. I sat up with the lights on, scrolling through my phone until morning came. When my sister woke up, I told her about the dream over breakfast. I expected her to laugh it off or tell me I'd watched too many horror movies. Instead, she put down her coffee cup and looked at me seriously. "There are rituals for that," she said quietly. "To bring a spirit back from where someone died overseas. It's an old Chinese belief that if someone dies abroad, part of their spirit stays there." "You believe this stuff?" I asked, surprised. "My sister has always been the practical one in the family." She shrugged. "I've been living here long enough to respect these traditions. The locals take them seriously. The ritual would probably cost around $200 if the family wanted to do it." Should we try to find his family?" I asked, feeling foolish even as I said it. My sister shook her head firmly. "It's not our place. We're not family members. How would you even approach them?" "Hi, your dead relative's head visited me in a dream and wants you to perform a ritual. They'd think you were crazy or trying to scam them." She was right, of course. I couldn't go around Singapore looking for the family of a man I'd seen only in a dream, a man whose name I didn't even know. Later that day, I messaged my friend back home who knows about my sensitivity. She's had her own experiences and never judges me when I share mine. After I explained what happened, she advised me to ignore it unless the spirit appeared 2 or 3 more times. "Spirits sometimes latch onto people who can see them," she wrote back. "If it's a one-time thing, it might just be passing through. If he comes back repeatedly, then you might need to consider what he's asking." Her advice made sense. I decided to wait and see if he'd appear again, all while secretly dreading going to sleep each night. I kept the lights on, played music softly to distract myself, even tried sleeping on the couch in the living room one night. But the head never returned. Not the next night, nor any night after that. My remaining week in Singapore passed without further incident, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched sometimes, especially in that guest bedroom. On my last day in Singapore, my sister and I visited a small temple near her apartment. She's not particularly religious, but she thought it might give me some peace of mind. We lit incense and made small offerings. I didn't mention the dream to the temple keeper, but as I was leaving, the elderly woman at the donation box looked at me strangely. "Someone is following you," she said in accented English. "Not here, but watching." I nearly dropped the change I was putting in the box. Before I could ask what she meant, another visitor came up behind me, and the moment was gone. The flight home was uneventful, but I couldn't stop thinking about the dream and the old woman's words. Had she sensed something about me, or was it just a coincidence, the kind of vague statement that could apply to anyone? It's been months now, and I haven't had any similar dreams or visitations. Sometimes I wonder if the floating head found someone else to deliver his message, or if his family somehow figured it out on their own. Maybe he's whole again, or maybe he's still split, head in Singapore, spirit somewhere else in the world. What bothers me most isn't the supernatural aspect. I've experienced enough strange things in my life to accept that there's more out there than most people realize. What keeps me up some nights is the feeling that I failed him, that somewhere this man's spirit is still waiting for help that I couldn't provide. I've researched Chinese funeral customs since then, learning about the belief that proper rituals are essential for the deceased's journey to the afterlife. If someone dies abroad, their family might indeed perform ceremonies to bring the spirit home. Was that what he was asking for? Sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I think I feel a cold spot near my bed, or see a faint glow in the corner of my eye. But when I fully wake up, there's nothing there, just shadows and the normal sounds of night. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened in that room in Singapore. Was it just a vivid dream influenced by local culture and my sister's stories, or did a restless spirit really reach out to me for help? I guess some questions don't have answers. If you've read this far, thanks for listening. I've never shared this experience with anyone except my sister and close friend. Maybe someone out there has had a similar experience or knows more about these rituals. All I know is that somewhere between dreaming and waking, between belief and skepticism, there was a man asking for help, and I still don't know if I did the right thing by walking away. Shorozuji. Story 20. I'm 22 years old and I can't remember the last time I had a normal night's sleep. Sleep paralysis has been my unwelcome companion for as long as I can remember. Most people experience it occasionally, but for me, it's almost every single night. And it's getting worse. Last night was the breaking point. I'm still shaking as I type this, trying to make sense of what happened. I need to tell someone because I don't think I can handle this alone anymore. I've always had to sleep in specific positions, either flat on my back or with my back pressed firmly against the wall. Any other way, and I feel touched, like fingers trailing across my skin when nobody is there. I know how that sounds, but I'm not making this up. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment, and I'm positive there's nobody else here, at least nobody I can see. So last night I followed my usual routine. I checked all the locks twice, a habit I've developed, made sure my phone was charging beside me, and got into bed around 11. I was exhausted from working overtime at the warehouse where I stock inventory. Physical exhaustion sometimes helps me sleep better, or at least that's what I tell myself. I fell asleep fairly quickly, which is rare for me. Usually, I lie awake for hours, afraid of what will happen when I finally drift off. But last night, sleep came fast. When I woke up, I immediately knew something was wrong. If you've never experienced sleep paralysis, it's hard to explain. Your mind is awake, but your body is still locked in sleep. You can't move, can't speak, can't even wiggle a finger. And the worst part, you're completely aware of it all. But my episodes are different from what I've read online. When I wake up into sleep paralysis, I have no idea where I am. Last night, I couldn't recognize my own bedroom. The walls seemed farther away, the ceiling higher. The shadows didn't fall where they should. It was like waking up in someone else's house, or worse, somewhere that isn't a house at all. I tried to move my arms, my legs, anything. Nothing responded. My breathing was shallow and fast. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. And then I felt it. That distinct feeling that someone had been with me just moments before I woke up. Like they'd stepped away from the bed seconds before my eyes opened. The air in the room felt disturbed, like someone had just walked through it. I strained my eyes to look around, but I could only stare straight ahead at the ceiling I didn't recognize. The shadows seemed to move slightly, not in the normal way shadows move when a car passes outside, but with purpose, with awareness. Then came the pressure. It always starts the same way, a gentle weight on my chest that gradually increases. Last night it was worse than ever. It felt like someone was sitting on me, slowly adding more and more weight until I struggled to breathe. My lungs burned with the effort of pulling in air, and then I heard it, a soft rhythmic sound, not quite breathing, not quite whispering. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once. I couldn't turn my head to locate the source, but I felt it moving closer. The worst part is the overwhelming feeling that something is trying to make me fall back asleep. It's like a mental pressure pushing against my consciousness, trying to drag me back under. And I absolutely know, that if I let myself fall asleep during one of these episodes, I might not wake up again. I've tested this theory. A few months ago, I decided to stop fighting it, to see what would happen if I let myself drift back to sleep while paralyzed. It was the most terrifying experience of my life. As I started to slip away, my heartbeat slowed dramatically. My breathing became so shallow I could barely feel it. It was like being lowered into a grave while still conscious. I fought my way back at the last second, and I haven't dared try again. Last night, the pressure to fall back asleep was stronger than ever. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. It felt like a command. Sleep. Sleep now. I fought against it with everything I had, focusing on moving just one finger, one toe, anything to break the paralysis. The room grew colder, so cold I could see my breath if I'd been able to breathe properly. The whispering sound grew louder, more insistent, and then, and I swear this happened, I felt fingers brush against my face. Not the usual feeling of being touched all over, but a deliberate caress down my cheek. Cold, dry fingers. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I could only lie there and endure it. About 6 months ago, I mentioned these episodes to my friend Tyler. He immediately called it the hag. Said his grandmother used to talk about it, an old witch that sits on your chest while you sleep, stealing your breath. I laughed it off then. I'm not superstitious, and I've always looked for rational explanations. Sleep disorders, anxiety, stress, maybe even undiagnosed sleep apnea. But after I researched the hag, I found similar stories across different cultures. The old hag in Newfoundland, Kanashibari in Japan, Siam in Thailand, all describing the same thing: paralysis, pressure on the chest, difficulty breathing, and the feeling of a malevolent presence. Last night, when I finally broke free from the paralysis, it always ends suddenly, like a rubber band snapping. I sat up, gasping for air. My room looked normal again. The familiar walls, the pile of laundry I need to fold, my laptop on the desk. But something felt different, changed. I got up and turned on every light in my apartment, checked all the closets, under the bed, behind the shower curtain. Nothing. Of course there was nothing, there never is, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I sat on my couch until morning, afraid to go back to sleep. When the sun came up, I made coffee and tried to rationalize what had happened, but I couldn't shake the memory of those fingers on my face, or the whispering that seemed to form words I almost understood. The thing is, I'm running out of rational explanations. I've considered everything. Maybe I'm developing schizophrenia or some other mental illness. Maybe I have an extreme form of paranoia. I've even recorded myself sleeping a few times, hoping to catch something, snoring that might indicate sleep apnea, or movements that could explain the feeling of being touched. The recordings never show anything unusual, just me, lying still, occasionally twitching or turning. But there was one night about 3 weeks ago when something strange happened. I had set up my phone to record video from my dresser, facing the bed. Most of the night was normal, but around 3:15 in the morning, the video became distorted for about 2 minutes. Not completely static, just wrong, twisted somehow. When it cleared, nothing had changed in the room. I was still in the same position, but I woke up into sleep paralysis just minutes later. I showed the video to a friend who works in IT. He said it could be a compression issue or a problem with my phone, but he couldn't explain why it only happened for those specific 2 minutes, or why it's never happened again. I've asked skeptical friends for rational explanations for everything I experience. They either can't come up with anything or tell me it's all coincidence. But I don't believe in coincidences anymore, not when they happen night after night. What scares me most is that these episodes are getting more intense, more real. The touches are becoming more defined, the whispers more distinct. And last night, for the first time, I thought I saw something in the corner of my eye when I broke free from the paralysis. Just a glimpse of something dark moving out of my field of vision. I've tried everything. Sleeping pills make it worse. They knock me out, but leave me trapped in paralysis for longer periods. Sleeping with lights on doesn't help. Neither does having the TV on for background noise. I've tried changing my diet, exercising more, meditating before bed. Nothing works. I've even moved apartments twice in the past year, thinking maybe it was something about the location, but it followed me. Of course it did, because it's not attached to the place. It's attached to me. Last night, when I felt those fingers on my face, something else happened that I've never experienced before. As they traced down my cheek, I heard a voice, clear as day, right next to my ear. It didn't whisper. It spoke, in a voice that sounded like dry leaves rustling. Soon, it said. Just that one word, soon. I don't know what it means. Soon what? Soon it won't just be sleep paralysis? Soon I won't wake up at all? I'm afraid to go to sleep tonight. I'm sitting here with every light on, a cup of coffee beside me even though it's almost midnight. I know I can't stay awake forever. Eventually, exhaustion will win. And when it does, I'll be back there, paralyzed, unable to scream, with something watching me, touching me, waiting. The most terrifying thought is that maybe this isn't sleep paralysis at all. Maybe there really is something in my apartment, something that only appears when I'm vulnerable, something that wants me to stop fighting and just sleep. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't tell my family. They already think I'm high-strung and anxious. A therapist would probably just prescribe medication, which I know from experience makes things worse, and I can't keep living like this, afraid of my own bedroom, dreading the night. Whatever is happening to me, I'm certain of one thing. It's getting stronger, more bold. That word keeps echoing in my mind. Soon, soon, soon. I just hope I find answers before whatever's coming arrives, because I can't shake the feeling that when it finally does, I won't be writing about it afterward. Story 21. I've always considered myself pretty skeptical about paranormal stuff. You know, the kind of person who watches those ghost hunting shows just to laugh at how ridiculous they are. But after what's been happening in my house for the past few months, I don't know what to believe anymore. I bought this place about a year ago. Small, two-bedroom house with a finished basement in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special, but it was in my price range and I needed somewhere to live after my divorce. The previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to Florida to be closer to their kids. Normal story, right? No mysterious deaths or anything like that. For the first couple months, everything was fine. I was settling in, getting my home studio set up in the basement. I'm not a professional musician or anything, but I've played bass for nearly 15 years, and it's my main way to unwind after work. I had all my gear arranged just how I wanted it. My Fender Jazz bass on a tripod stand, my amp in the corner, all that. The first weird thing I noticed was this heaviness in certain parts of the house. At first, I thought it was just me being in a new place, you know. But there was something about the living room, especially late at night. I'd be watching TV or playing video games, and around 1 in the morning I'd start feeling like I wasn't alone, like someone was standing right behind the couch watching me. I'd turn around, and of course no one would be there, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Even weirder, if I tried to sleep on the couch, which I did sometimes when I was too lazy to go upstairs, I'd get these intrusive thoughts, not like normal intrusive thoughts, but vivid, graphic horror images, like someone was projecting a slasher film directly into my brain. Faces with their eyes gouged out, bodies being torn apart, that kind of shit. I'd never experienced anything like it before. I started avoiding the living room after midnight. Problem solved, right? Except then, weird things started happening in other parts of the house. I'd wake up feeling like someone had been standing over my bed. I'd hear footsteps on the stairs when I was home alone. Once, I swear to God, I heard someone whisper my name right in my ear while I was in the shower. I nearly slipped and cracked my head open. I was so startled. I told myself it was just an old house settling. The plumbing was making those noises. I was stressed from work and imagining things. All the usual explanations. Then about 2 months ago, my buddy Mike needed a place to crash. He'd lost his apartment and was basically homeless. So I told him he could stay on my couch for a couple weeks until he found somewhere new. I didn't tell him anything about the weird shit I'd been experiencing. I didn't want him to think I was losing my mind. 3 days into his stay, I came home from work to find him sitting on the porch, looking pale. When I asked what was wrong, he said, "Dude, I think there's something wrong with your house." My stomach dropped, but I played it cool. "What do you mean?" "I was trying to take a nap on the couch earlier, and I kept feeling like someone was watching me from the kitchen doorway. I'd look over, and no one was there, but as soon as I'd close my eyes again, the feeling would come back. It was freaking me out." The kitchen doorway. That's exactly where I'd felt the presence watching me from when I was in the living room. I hadn't told Mike that. How could he know? I brushed it off, told him old houses were weird sometimes, but inside I was freaking out. This was confirmation that I wasn't just imagining things. Something was off about this place. Mike only lasted another week before he found somewhere else to stay. He never said it was because of the house, but I noticed he stopped sleeping on the couch and started crashing on my bedroom floor instead. When I asked him about it, he just mumbled something about the living room, giving him nightmares. After Mike left, things escalated. I'd come home to find cabinet doors open that I knew I'd closed. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly for no reason. My dog refused to go down into the basement anymore. He'd just sit at the top of the stairs and whine. Which brings me to what happened 3 nights ago. The event that finally convinced me something truly unexplainable was going on in my house. I was down in the basement working on some music. I had my bass on its stand in the middle of the room, and I was sitting across from it at my computer, tweaking some recordings. I got up to grab a beer from the mini fridge I keep down there, and while my back was turned, I heard a loud crash. I spun around to find my bass, and the tripod stand had fallen over. Not like it had been bumped slightly and toppled. It looked like someone had shoved it hard from the side. The stand had skidded across the floor about 2 feet from where it had been standing. There was no one else in the room. The windows were closed. The furnace wasn't running. There was literally nothing that could have caused that stand to fall over like that. I stood there for a moment, beer in hand, staring at my instrument on the floor. This bass isn't just any instrument to me. It's a custom jazz bass that cost me nearly $3,000. I've had it for 12 years. It's been with me through every major life event, my wedding, my divorce, moving into this house. It's practically an extension of myself. I set down my beer and walked over to pick up the bass. I checked it for damage. Thankfully, there wasn't any. And then carefully set it back on the stand. And then, feeling both ridiculous and deadly serious, I spoke out loud to the empty room. "Listen," I said, my voice shaking slightly with a mix of fear and anger. "You can fuck with me all you want, but do not touch my instruments. That's crossing a line." I felt stupid immediately after saying it. Who was I talking to? What did I expect to happen? But here's the thing. Since that moment 3 nights ago, not a single one of my instruments has been disturbed. The weird shit in the rest of the house continues. The feeling of being watched. Objects moving slightly from where I left them. Cold spots. But my bass, my guitar, my keyboard, they've all remained untouched. It's like whatever is in this house understood and respected my boundary, which is somehow more terrifying than if it had continued to mess with my stuff, because it suggests an intelligence behind these events, something capable of understanding human speech and choosing to comply. Yesterday, a co-worker came over to drop off some paperwork I'd left at the office. She'd never been to my house before. We were having a coffee in the kitchen when she suddenly looked uncomfortable and asked, "Do you ever feel like someone's watching you from that hallway?" She was pointing to the exact spot where both Mike and I had felt the presence. I hadn't mentioned anything about my experiences to her. She had no way of knowing. I changed the subject quickly, but after she left, I sat down and tried to make sense of everything that's happened. 3 different people have now independently felt a presence in the same locations in my house. My base was physically moved by something I couldn't see. The vivid horror images that flood my mind if I try to sleep in the living room after 1 in the morning. I'm not ready to call it a ghost or a demon or whatever. I don't know what it is, but I know it's real, and I know it's in my house, and I know it apparently respects boundaries when they're clearly stated. So now I'm in this bizarre standoff with something. We coexist in this space, and as long as it stays away from my instruments, I'm trying to make peace with its presence. I've started to think of it almost like a roommate, a creepy, invisible roommate who likes to freak me out, but seems to have some kind of code of conduct. I've thought about moving, but honestly, I can't afford to. The housing market is insane right now, and I sank most of my savings into this place, so I'm stuck here, at least for the foreseeable future. The strangest part is how quickly you can get used to something like this. The human brain is surprisingly adaptable. What seemed terrifying a few months ago has become almost routine. Oh, the presence is watching me from the kitchen again. Must be Tuesday. But I still don't sleep in the living room after 1 a.m. Some boundaries aren't worth testing, and every night before I go to bed, I check on my base, still safely on its stand in the basement. And sometimes, very quietly, I say, "Thanks for respecting the rules," because whatever else this thing might be, at least it seems to understand the importance of a musician's relationship with their instruments. I don't know if I'll ever understand what's happening in my house, but for now, we've reached a kind of uneasy truce. It can have its space if it gives me mine, and stays the hell away from my base. Story 22. I still can't explain what happened to me that evening in the Berkshires. It's been nearly 3 years, but the memory makes my skin crawl every time I think about it. I've never told many people about this, but I need to get it off my chest. It was late August 2020, around 7 in the evening. The sun was still up, but starting to set behind the mountains, casting that golden orange light through the trees. My fiancé and I had just moved to a small town in Berkshire County, Massachusetts, earlier that summer. We'd gotten a good deal on rent because of the pandemic, and we both could work remotely. We thought it would be nice to get away from the city for a while. That day, we realized we'd run out of groceries, so we decided to make a quick trip to the store about 20 minutes away. I remember it was a Thursday because we were planning what to make for our Friday movie night. The route to the store took us through these winding mountain roads, really dense forest on both sides, tall trees that blocked most of the light, making it feel like twilight even though sunset was still an hour away. We were in my fiancé's Subaru, climbing up this steep hill. The radio was playing softly. I think it was some indie folk station. We were chatting about nothing important, just normal stuff about what we needed from the store. I remember feeling relaxed, windows down, enjoying the fresh mountain air. Just as we crested the hill, I heard it. A strange honking sound, but not like a car horn, more organic, distressed. It was coming from the woods on the right side of the road. "Did you hear that?" I asked my fiancé. "Hear what?" The sound came again, a kind of hoarse, strangled honk, like something in pain. "That, pull over, I think it's a deer or something. It sounds hurt." My fiancé gave me a look, but pulled onto the narrow shoulder. "Are you sure? I barely heard anything." "I'm positive. It sounded like a deer in distress." I was already opening my door. "I'm just going to check. It might be really hurt." "Be careful," my fiancé warned. "We don't have any way to help a wounded animal anyway." I stepped out onto the gravel shoulder, scanning the dense underbrush at the edge of the road. The sound came again, fainter this time, maybe 15 feet into the woods. I walked to the tree line and peered in. The forest floor was covered in ferns and low bushes. Tall maples and oaks towered above, their branches creating a dense canopy that made the forest interior surprisingly dark. I hesitated for a moment. I'm not typically the type to go wandering into the woods alone, but I felt weirdly responsible. If some poor animal was suffering, I at least wanted to see if there was anything we could do. "Hello," I called out, which was stupid. What did I expect for a wounded animal to answer me? "It's okay, I'm not going to hurt you." I took a few steps in, pushing aside some ferns. The sound came again, clearer now, from my right. I turned and moved in that direction, careful not to trip over exposed roots and fallen branches. The forest was eerily quiet, except for that strange honking noise. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just that sound, pulling me deeper into the trees. I'd gone maybe 20 feet from the road when I noticed a small hollow in the underbrush, like a natural depression where the ground dipped down. I moved closer, expecting to find a wounded animal. But there was nothing there. Just dead leaves, dirt, and a few scattered twigs. I squinted, thinking maybe the animal had moved or was camouflaged against the forest floor. The honking sound came again, seemingly from that exact spot, but I couldn't see anything making it. I knelt down, my knees pressing into the soft dirt, and leaned forward to get a better look, and that's when it happened. The moment I still can't fully explain. I became completely transfixed by that empty hollow. The world around me seemed to fade away. The sounds of the forest, my fiancé calling from the road, the distant hum of traffic, all of it disappeared. I couldn't take my eyes off that empty space. It was like staring into a void that somehow stared back. I felt a pull, not physical but mental, like my consciousness was being drawn out of my body toward that spot. I don't know how long I knelt there. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt warped. All I knew was that I needed to keep looking, to keep staring into that empty space. There was something important there, something I needed to see or understand. My body felt heavy and light at the same time, like I was floating while being pushed down. I couldn't move, couldn't think about anything except that hollow in the ground. The strange thing is, I wasn't scared. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt this unnatural calm, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I might have stayed there forever, if not for my fiancé's voice, suddenly cutting through the trance. "What are you doing? Come back to the car." The voice sounded far away, muffled, like someone shouting underwater. I couldn't respond. I couldn't even turn my head. All I could do was stare at that empty space, feeling it pull at me. Then another sound broke through, the roar of an engine, tires on asphalt, coming fast around the curve. My fiancé screamed my name, and somehow that scream cut through whatever hold the hollow had on me. I blinked, suddenly aware that I wasn't in the woods anymore. Somehow, without realizing it, I had wandered back to the road. I was kneeling at the very edge of the asphalt, still staring into space, completely exposed on the blind corner. I turned my head just in time to see a dark blue minivan barreling toward me, way too fast for the winding mountain road. The driver's eyes went wide with shock. They slammed on the brakes, tires screeching, but it was too late to stop completely. Pure instinct took over. I threw myself backward, rolling into the ditch beside the road. The minivan missed me by inches. I felt the rush of air as it passed. It fishtailed to a stop about 50 feet ahead. My fiancé was running toward me, face white with fear. "Are you okay? What the hell were you doing in the middle of the road?" I couldn't answer. I was shaking, covered in dirt, trying to process what had just happened. The driver of the minivan, an older man, got out and hurried back to us. "I didn't see you until the last second," he said, his voice trembling. "You were just kneeling there in the road. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," I managed to say, though I wasn't fine at all. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened." But that was a lie. I knew exactly what had happened, even if I couldn't explain it. Something had called me to that spot. Something had kept me there, entranced, until the minivan came around that corner. Something had wanted me to be hit. We exchanged information with the driver, who was understandably shaken. He kept saying how lucky it was that he'd been able to slow down enough, how he'd never forgive himself if he'd hit me. I apologized repeatedly, unable to explain why I'd been kneeling in the middle of the road. My fiancée was confused and worried, asking me questions I couldn't answer. After the driver left, we got back in our car. My fiancée insisted on taking me to the hospital to get checked out, but I refused. Physically, I was fine, just a few scrapes from throwing myself into the ditch. Mentally, though, I was unraveling. "What happened back there?" my fiancée asked as we drove away, much slower now. "One minute you were looking for an injured deer, and the next you were kneeling in the middle of the road, completely zoned out. I was calling your name for almost 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'd lost 5 whole minutes of time." "I don't know," I said truthfully. "I thought I heard a deer, but there was nothing there, just an empty spot in the ground. And then, I don't remember walking back to the road. I don't remember kneeling down. I just remember staring at that empty space and then hearing your scream." My fiancée reached over and squeezed my hand. "Maybe you had some kind of seizure or a dissociative episode. We should really see a doctor." But I knew it wasn't a medical issue. As we drove further away from that hill, my mind cleared and a terrible realization formed. There had never been an injured deer. That sound, that strange honking call, hadn't been made by any animal. Something had wanted me on that road. Something had called to me, lured me in, held me there, waiting for that minivan to come around the corner. I'd been manipulated, positioned like a pawn on a chessboard, placed exactly where I needed to be to die. We never went grocery shopping that night. We drove straight home, and I spent hours researching local legends and folklore about the Berkshire Mountains. What I found disturbed me deeply. The northern Appalachians have their own dark history, stories passed down through generations about entities in the woods that can mimic sounds, that can entrance people, that can lure travelers to their deaths. Most of these stories were dismissed as superstition or campfire tales, but after what happened to me, I believe there's truth to them. Something ancient lives in those mountains, something that knows how to call to people, how to hold them in place, how to orchestrate accidents that no one would question. We moved away from Berkshire County 3 months later. My fiancée thinks it was because of job opportunities elsewhere. But the truth is, I couldn't sleep in that house anymore. Couldn't drive those mountain roads without breaking into a cold sweat. Every time I heard a strange sound in the woods, I'd remember that hollow in the ground, that empty space that somehow held me captive. I still can't explain exactly what happened that evening, or why I was targeted. But I know now that those mountains aren't just beautiful wilderness. They're home to things older than the hills themselves, things that watch and wait and occasionally reach out to touch human lives in terrible ways. Sometimes at night, I still hear that sound in my dreams, that strange hoarse honking, and in the dreams, I'm always walking toward it, unable to stop myself, even though I know exactly what's waiting for me at the end of that path. Story 23. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. 17 years old and bored out of my mind in a town where the biggest excitement was when the grocery store got a new freezer. That's how it was growing up in Millfield. Population, who the hell cares, because everyone knew everyone's business anyway. My Uncle Frank's apple orchard was my escape on weekends. It wasn't glamorous work, hauling baskets, sorting fruit, chasing away birds, but it was something to do, and he paid me under the table. The orchard was pretty big, about 15 acres, with these gnarled old trees that had been there since before I was born. Some of them were twisted into these weird shapes that looked almost human when the sun hit them right. It was late September, unseasonably warm. I remember because I kept wiping sweat from my forehead as we hauled the Honeycrisp harvest toward the sorting shed. My arms ached and my t-shirt stuck to my back. Uncle Frank was going on about apple prices and how the big corporate farms were squeezing out the little guys. That's when Mrs. Garrett wandered over from the neighboring property. She must have been in her 70s, this tiny woman with silver hair always pulled back in a bun so tight it looked painful. Everyone in town knew Mrs. Garrett had the sight. That's what they called it, when someone could supposedly see things others couldn't. I always figured it was just small-town superstition, something to talk about when there was nothing else. She stood there watching us work for a minute before Uncle Frank noticed her. "Afternoon, Elaine," he called out, setting down a basket. They got to talking about boring stuff, the weather, someone's hip replacement, town council drama. I was half listening while stacking crates when Mrs. Garrett mentioned something about changes in the air. That caught my attention. I was big into Coast to Coast AM back then, Art Bell, and all that paranormal stuff. Not that I fully believed it, but in a town with nothing to do, conspiracy theories and alien abduction stories were better entertainment than watching paint dry. So when there was a lull in their conversation, I jumped in. "Mrs. Garrett, you ever see anything weird out here in the orchard?" I was smirking, expecting her to roll her eyes at me. She didn't. Instead, she stared past me toward the back of the property where the oldest trees grew. The light changed on her face, like a cloud passing overhead, except there weren't any clouds that day. "You mean the girl?" she asked quietly. Uncle Frank sighed. "Elaine, don't fill his head with... I've been seeing her for years," she continued, as if he hadn't spoken. "Teenage girl, long braids, dark hair. Sometimes she stands by the old fence line where the property borders the creek. Other times she sits under that big knobby tree near the road, the one that looks like a bone sticking out of the ground." I knew exactly which tree she meant. It was this bizarre apple tree that had grown sideways for about 6 feet before curving up toward the sky. The bark was pale, almost white in places. We called it the bone tree. "At first I thought nothing of it," Mrs. Garrett continued. "Figured it was somebody from town, but she never ages, and she never answers when you call to her." Uncle Frank was shaking his head, but I was hooked. "What do you think she is? A ghost?" Mrs. Garrett's eyes narrowed, like she was trying to see something very far away. "This land wasn't always your uncle's, you know. Before the Millers owned it, it belonged to the Addison family. They lost their daughter in the 40s. Terrible accident." "What happened?" I asked. "Barn fire. Back when that equipment shed of yours was a proper barn. Story goes she was playing hide and seek in the orchard that day, never made it out when the fire started." Uncle Frank cleared his throat. "That's enough ghost stories for one day. We've got work to finish." He gave me a look that said, "Drop it." We went back to hauling apples, but my mind was racing. Not just about the girl Mrs. Garrett claimed to have seen, but about Emily, my cousin Emily, who died 6 years earlier in a car crash. She was 17, just like me now. We used to play in this orchard together when we were kids. Hide and seek was her favorite. The accident happened on prom night. A drunk driver hit them head-on as they were coming back from the dance. Her boyfriend survived. Emily didn't. It tore our family apart. Uncle Frank never talked about it. He just threw himself into working the orchard. For the rest of the afternoon, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow between the trees seemed to hold a figure. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. By the time we finished for the day, the sun was setting, painting everything this eerie orange-red. "I'm heading into town for supplies," Uncle Frank said as we locked up the shed. "Need a ride home?" I shook my head. I brought my bike. "Think I'll hang out a bit longer." He gave me a strange look but didn't argue. "Don't stay too late. Gets dark quick these days." After he left, I sat on the wooden steps of the shed, watching the light fade between the trees. I don't know what possessed me, but I couldn't let go of the idea that maybe, just maybe, the girl Mrs. Garrett saw wasn't the Addison girl at all. Maybe it was Emily. It sounds stupid now, but grief does weird things to your head. I had this sudden, overwhelming certainty that Emily was stuck here somehow, that she was waiting for someone to find her, to help her move on, and if anyone should do that, it should be me. I waited until it was fully dark. The orchard looked completely different at night. The trees cast these long, twisted shadows that seemed to reach for you. The only light came from the moon and the distant glow of town beyond the hills. The shed was this old wooden building that creaked even when nobody was moving. Inside, it smelled like apples and earth and the faint chemical tang of pesticides. Uncle Frank had installed a single bare bulb that cast harsh shadows when I pulled the chain. I sat on a wooden crate in the middle of the floor and felt incredibly stupid. What was I doing, trying to summon a ghost? But I'd come this far, and there was nobody around to see me make a fool of myself. Emily? My voice sounded small in the empty space. It's me. If you're here, if you can hear me. The only response was the steady chirp of crickets outside and the occasional rustle as some night creature moved through the underbrush. I miss you, I continued, feeling a lump form in my throat. We all do. Uncle Frank never says it, but I know he does too. I don't know how long I sat there talking to the empty air. I told her about school, about the college applications I was working on, about how her mom had finally started smiling again. Somewhere in the middle of it, I started crying. Not just a few tears, but deep, ugly sobs that felt like they were being ripped from my chest. I'm sorry, I choked out. I'm sorry we couldn't save you. I'm sorry you never got to graduate or go to college or any of it. But if you're stuck here, if you can't move on, it's okay to let go. We'll be okay. The light bulb flickered, once, twice, and then stabilized. I told myself it was just a power surge. If you're here, give me a sign. Anything. The silence stretched out. I felt hollow, drained. What had I expected? Of course there was nothing. Ghosts weren't real. Emily was gone, and no amount of talking to empty sheds would bring her back. I was about to leave when I felt it. The lightest touch on my arm, like someone had brushed their fingertips against my skin. It wasn't cold like ghost stories always describe. It was warm, almost hot, like touching a fever. I turned, already forming Emily's name on my lips, but it wasn't Emily. Standing beside me was a girl I'd never seen before. She looked about my age, with long dark braids that hung past her shoulders. Her face was pale, almost translucent in the harsh light, and she wore a faded blue dress that looked like something from an old photograph. But what I remember most clearly was her smile. It was crooked, pulled higher on one side than the other, like her face had forgotten how smiling worked. There was something deeply wrong about that smile, not malicious exactly, but unsettling, like watching someone try to mimic human expressions without quite understanding them. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my body refused to respond. Her lips parted. "Take me with you," she whispered. Her voice sounded dusty, unused. The light bulb exploded above us, plunging the shed into darkness. I felt something cold rush past me, through me, like I'd been dunked in ice water, and then nothing. I woke up lying on the dirt floor of the shed. My jacket had been carefully placed over me like a blanket, the sleeves tucked in around my shoulders. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the walls. It was morning. I'd been there all night. My head pounded, and my mouth tasted like copper. There was a strange smell in the air, like burnt sugar and something else I couldn't identify. I stumbled outside, disoriented. The orchard looked normal in the morning light, just trees and fallen apples and dew-soaked grass. No pale girls with crooked smiles, no sign that anything unusual had happened at all. Uncle Frank found me walking down the driveway, probably looking like hell. He pulled over, concern etched on his face. "You okay, kid? You didn't answer your phone." I mumbled something about feeling sick and falling asleep in the shed. He didn't question it, just drove me home in silence. I never told him what happened. What would I even say? That I tried to summon his dead daughter and instead found some other ghost? I made excuses for the next few weekends, claiming schoolwork or friends needing help with projects. Eventually, Uncle Frank stopped asking, and by the time the harvest season ended, it seemed easier to just not go back at all. That winter, I applied to colleges as far from Millfield as I could get. I told myself it was because I wanted better opportunities, but really, I just couldn't stand being near that orchard anymore. Sometimes I wonder if I hallucinated the whole thing, carbon monoxide from the old heater in the shed, or maybe I hit my head when I fell. That would explain everything. The girl, the voice, waking up hours later. But it doesn't explain who covered me with my jacket. It doesn't explain why, when I got home that morning, I found a small wooden apple, hand-carved and polished smooth, in my pocket. Something I'd never seen before and certainly didn't own. And it doesn't explain why, 6 months later, Uncle Frank called to tell me they'd found human remains when digging up the old bone tree to plant a new sapling, remains that dated back to the 1940s, wrapped in the tattered fabric of what had once been a blue dress. What keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of that girl with her unsettling smile. It's the thought of Emily. Was she ever there at all? Is she at peace somewhere? Or is she still waiting in some other place I haven't thought to look? And if I found her, would I even recognize her? Or would she too have that same wrong smile, those same hollow eyes, asking me to take her somewhere I don't understand? I don't know. I probably never will. But I haven't been back to that orchard since, and I never will go back, even if it means never knowing for sure. Story 24. I've been a long-haul trucker for 17 years now, and I've seen plenty of weird stuff on the road. Dead deer, car wrecks, guys peeing on the side of the road thinking nobody can see them from up in a truck cab. But what happened last August on I-80 in Pennsylvania is something that still keeps me up at night. I was on a solar run through the southwest, hauling those big panel arrays to installation sites, and was making my way back east. It was around 4 in the afternoon, clear day, decent visibility, the kind of day where you're just cruising, thinking about getting home to your dog and maybe grabbing a decent meal that isn't from a truck stop microwave. I remember I was coming down Snowshoe Mountain, that long stretch where you really need to gear down unless you want your brakes smoking by the bottom. I'd done this route maybe 30 times before, so I was taking it easy, letting the engine brake do most of the work. That's when I spotted this flatbed up ahead of me, one of those guys carrying steel beams or something. He was flying, man, way too fast for that descent. At first I just thought, rookie mistake, and kept my distance. When you've been driving as long as I have, you develop a sixth sense for trouble on the road. This guy was trouble waiting to happen. I keyed my CB to see if anyone else was noticing this idiot barreling down the mountain, eastbound on I-80. Anybody else seeing this flatbed flying down Snowshoe? A couple other drivers responded that they were watching too. One guy said, "He's gonna lose it if he don't gear down." He was right. Not even 30 seconds later, I saw those brake lights flare up bright red. But it wasn't a gentle slowdown. It was panic braking. The kind of braking you do when you suddenly realize you're going way too fast and your load is pushing you forward. What happened next? I still see it when I close my eyes. The truck began swerving violently from side to side. At first, just a little wobble, then full-on fishtailing at probably 70 miles an hour. The back end of the trailer was whipping left, then right, each swing getting wider. I immediately backed off even more, flashing my lights to warn the traffic behind me. Then the flatbed veered sharply to the left, catching the grass median. The moment those tires hit the grass, everything went to hell. The trailer jackknifed, folding in on itself like some kind of sick metal origami. There was this gut-wrenching screech of metal and tires that I could hear even inside my cab with the windows up. The cab of his truck turned inward toward the trailer, like they were trying to face each other. I pulled over immediately, hitting my hazards. 2 other trucks stopped too, An older guy with a salt and pepper beard driving a refrigerated unit, and a younger guy in a tanker. We all had the same idea: get to the driver, help however we could. We ran across the highway to where the truck had come to rest. The cab was tilted at this awkward angle, half on its side, nose pointed down into a shallow ditch. The windshield was completely shattered, not just cracked, but busted inward with jagged holes. And there was blood, so much blood smeared across what was left of the interior glass. The older trucker got there first. He looked inside and just froze. "Holy shit," was all he said before backing away, his face gone completely white. When I got up to the cab, I saw why. There was a black bear inside the cab, a full-sized adult black bear that had somehow come through the windshield, and it was alive. Not just alive, it was thrashing around, clearly injured, but completely out of its mind with pain and fear. The driver was still strapped to his seat by his safety harness. But the bear, Jesus, the bear was on top of him, clawing and biting. I could see the driver's arms up, trying to protect himself, but the bear's claws kept snapping down. The man was screaming, not yelling, not shouting, screaming in a way I've never heard a human being scream before. High-pitched, desperate animal sounds that didn't even sound human. The kind of sound that comes from knowing you're being torn apart and can't do anything about it. "We gotta help him," the younger trucker shouted, looking around frantically for something to use as a weapon. But what the hell were we supposed to do? You can't just pull an angry, injured 300-pound bear off someone with your bare hands. The older guy was already on his phone calling 911, shouting our location into the phone. I grabbed a tire iron from my truck, but by the time I got back, I could see it was probably too late. The driver's movements were getting weaker. The bear was making these horrible grunting noises as it tore at him, its own blood mixing with the driver's. It couldn't have been more than 7 or 8 minutes, but it felt like hours before a state trooper pulled up, lights flashing. He assessed the situation in about 2 seconds, drew his weapon, and approached the cab. "Stand back!" he yelled at us, and we all moved away. He fired multiple shots into the bear, pop, 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 the sound echoing off the hillside. The bear jerked with each impact, but kept mauling the driver. It took 5 or 6 shots before the animal finally collapsed on top of the driver, its massive body going limp. We all rushed forward then, the trooper included, but it was way too late for the driver. His safety harness, the thing designed to keep him safe in an accident, had kept him securely locked in with a raging bear, leaving him completely defenseless. His face and chest were, I don't even want to describe it, but his eyes were still open. For a split second before the light went out of them completely, they locked with mine. There was recognition there, not of me specifically, but of another human witnessing his final moments. Then he was gone. The next few hours were a blur of emergency vehicles, police statements, and cleanup crews. They had to bring in special equipment to remove the bear's body and extract the driver. The wildlife officer who showed up said the bear was probably crossing the highway when the truck hit it at high speed, sending it through the windshield. "Wrong place, wrong time," he said, like that explained anything. The state troopers interviewed all of us. I remember sitting in the back of a patrol car, not under arrest, but just because it was a quiet place to talk, describing what I'd seen. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The trooper kept asking if I was okay, if I needed medical attention. I kept saying I was fine, but I wasn't. How could anyone be fine after seeing something like that? They told us later that the driver's name was Martin. He was 43, had 3 kids, and had been driving trucks for only 2 years. He was new enough that he probably didn't know how to properly control his speed coming down that mountain. A rookie mistake that cost him everything. It's been 11 months since that day, and I still drive that stretch of I-80 sometimes. My route takes me through there about once every couple months, and every single time I pass that spot, I find myself gripping the wheel tighter, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line along the highway, terrified of seeing another dark shape lumbering toward the road. I can't help but think about Martin strapped into his seat, completely helpless as the bear tore into him. How in those moments his safety belt became his worst enemy. I've started wearing my seatbelt a little looser these days. My safety manager would have a fit if he knew, but the thought of being trapped like that, I just can't shake it. Sometimes at night in my sleeper berth, I'll jolt awake thinking I hear that scream again, or worse. I'll dream that I'm the one in that cab, looking up at hundreds of pounds of terrified, injured bear coming down on me, with nowhere to go. I've been taking more southern routes lately, even when it adds hours to my drive time. My dispatcher thinks I'm crazy, but I don't care. Some risks just aren't worth taking, so if you're ever driving down I-80 in Pennsylvania, coming down Snowshoe Mountain, keep your eyes on the woods, and for God's sake, if you see a black shape near the road, slow down, because sometimes the most random, unbelievable death is the one waiting just around the corner, and sometimes your safety equipment is what keeps you trapped with the very thing that's killing you. I still can't explain why that bear ended up in that exact spot at that exact moment, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never forget Martin's eyes as the life drained out of them, or how quickly a normal day on the road turned into the most horrific thing I've ever witnessed.